I had been planning the solo hike for a while. I wanted to get out, away from everything. Work had been driving me nuts, and my apartment felt like a cage lately. I needed open air, silence, and some dirt under my boots. I found a trail system online that wasn't super popular. Somewhere up in the northern part of the state, far from cities, tucked into the hills and forests where there was barely a cell signal and almost no traffic. That's exactly what I wanted. I packed carefully. A lightweight tent, sleeping bag, small stove, extra food, water filters, backup batteries, and enough layers to handle cold nights. I had a printed map, compass, and GPS, even though the GPS sometimes lost signal in thick woods. I triple-checked everything. I wasn't new to hiking, and I'd done multi-day trips before, but this one felt a little different. Not bad, just more isolated than usual. The trailhead was an old dirt parking area with enough space for maybe 3 cars. When I arrived, mine was the only one. It was mid-morning, cloudy, and cool, perfect for hiking. The trail started off smooth, just some rolling hills and forest on both sides. I had planned a 3-day loop, about 20 miles total, circling around a series of small lakes and ridges. I'd camp by a lake the first night, hike up along a ridge the second day, and camp near the base before finishing the loop on the 3rd day. I knew it would be tough in spots, but I was ready. The first few hours were easy, just the sound of my boots on dirt, wind through the trees, and the occasional bird. I saw deer tracks, maybe some raccoon prints, nothing strange. I passed a broken sign that pointed vaguely toward Lakeside Camp 5 miles. It was tilted and partly covered in moss, but it matched what I saw on the map. I kept moving, slowly gaining elevation. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the lake. It wasn't huge, maybe half a mile wide, but it was beautiful. Completely still, not a ripple. There was no one else around. I set up camp on the north side where the ground was flat and clear. The trees opened up just enough to see the water, and I could hear fish jumping now and then. I boiled some noodles, ate in silence, and sat by the water until it got dark. Then I climbed into my tent, zipped the fly shut, and fell asleep fast. Sometime during the night, I woke up. No sound, no wind, no insects. It was just dead quiet. I wasn't scared exactly, but it felt wrong, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I stayed still for a while, listening. Nothing. Eventually, I fell asleep again. The next morning was cloudy again, colder than before. I made some instant coffee, packed up, and started the second leg of the hike. This would take me up to the ridge and along a narrower trail before dropping back into the lower forest. The climb was slow. The trail got steeper and the forest got denser. It felt darker even though the sun was up. The trees pressed in closer on both sides. I kept checking my map to make sure I was on track. At some point late in the morning, I came to a fork. It wasn't marked. One trail looked like the main one, wider, more packed down. The other veered off slightly downhill and looked rougher, less used. According to my map, there was no fork here. It showed just one trail leading north along the ridge. I stood there for a long time trying to decide. The wider trail seemed right, but something about it bothered me. The ground looked disturbed, like it had been cleared more recently. Not by machinery, but just not as worn down by time like the rest of the trail. I decided to follow the rougher path. It looked older, but it lined up more with what I expected from the map. That was a mistake. The trail narrowed fast. It dropped into thicker woods, steeper and darker. I figured it would rejoin the main trail eventually, but the GPS started losing signal, and the compass wasn't much help with the winding turns. Within half an hour, I wasn't sure where I was anymore. I didn't panic, not at first. I kept walking, trying to find a landmark, but everything looked the same. Trees, rocks, more trees. I tried to backtrack, but the path was hard to follow in reverse. I'd passed through some brush, and now the trail was barely visible. I went in circles a couple times before I admitted it. I was lost. Still, I wasn't in danger yet. I had food, water, shelter. I could retrace my steps slowly, maybe climb back up to where the fork had been. I picked a direction that felt right and started moving. Hours passed. No sign of the lake. No sign of the ridge. just dense woods and silence. Even the birds seemed to be gone. I stopped to rest and checked everything again. My water supply was fine. I had snacks, but I didn't want to dip into the second day's stash yet. I'd find my way back. I just needed to stay calm. By late afternoon, I knew I wasn't getting back to the trail that day. I needed to set up camp before dark. The ground was uneven, but I found a flat spot near a line of boulders. I set up the tent quickly, made a small meal, and got inside before the cold set in. That night was worse than the first. I heard something, not animals, not wind, something heavy moving through the brush, slow and steady, just outside the tent. I lay still, heart pounding, not breathing. It didn't come closer, but it circled once, maybe twice, then faded into the woods. I didn't sleep much after that. Morning brought no clarity. I was sore, cold, and getting worried. I packed up and kept moving, trying to stay in one direction. I checked the sun, even used the compass again. I thought I was heading north. I hoped I was. Around midday, I saw something strange. A metal pole sticking out of the ground, rusted and leaning. I hurried over. It was the bottom half of an old sign. The rest was gone, maybe torn off years ago. Nearby were pieces of wood, rotted and broken. Maybe a shelter once stood here. Maybe even part of the original trail system. But it was long dead now. I looked around for any indication of where I was, but there was nothing useful. No names, no signs of other people. Just old trash, an empty can, a strip of faded tarp, and a crushed tin cup. Felt wrong being there, like I had stepped into a place meant to be forgotten. I moved on quickly. The next few hours blurred together. More walking, more hoping. I followed a dry creek bed for a while, thinking it might lead downhill, maybe to a river, a road, anything. But it just split into shallow branches and disappeared into thick brush. I had to set up camp again. I picked a spot under a tree with a low canopy. I built a small fire, not for cooking, just for warmth. I felt the fear more that night. Not from anything I saw, just the weight of being totally alone, off the map, off the trail, nowhere near help. I kept the fire low and stayed awake as long as I could. I heard things in the distance again, not close, just enough to keep me on edge. The next morning, I woke up and saw fresh prints near my tent. Not boots, not animals, bare feet, big ones. At first, I thought maybe I was seeing things, maybe it was some animal. But they were human. Long toes, wide soles. I stared at them for minutes, just trying to make sense of it. Someone had walked through here. Someone with no shoes. They hadn't touched my tent, but they'd come close. Too close. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back the way I came. I didn't even know what that was anymore. I just picked the opposite direction of the prints and started moving fast. I didn't stop much, just enough to drink some water and shove a protein bar in my mouth. I walked until my legs burned and my feet blistered. I ignored the pain. That afternoon, I heard something ahead. Buzzing. Faint but real. I hurried forward and finally saw it. Power lines. High up, cutting across the forest. That meant civilization, maybe a road. I followed the line through the trees for another hour before I heard an engine in the distance. It was weak at first, then stronger. I broke through a line of brush and saw a narrow, cracked road, more like a long driveway. A rusty pickup truck was parked nearby. It looked abandoned, but it wasn't. There was a house at the end of the road. Small, single-story, slanted roof, no cars out front. Smoke was coming from the chimney. I hesitated. After what I'd been through, even that felt dangerous. But I didn't have a choice. I walked up the driveway slowly, one hand on my pack. I knocked on the door and waited. An old man opened it. He looked surprised, then concerned. I must have looked awful, dirty, tired, scratched up. I told him I'd gotten lost hiking, and he nodded like he'd heard that story before. He let me in, gave me water, and called the local sheriff. They picked me up later that day. It turned out I'd gone nearly 15 miles off course into a section of land that wasn't even part of the trail system anymore. The area had once been logged decades ago and was mostly abandoned now. The sign I'd followed was probably part of an old maintenance route. The bare footprints, no explanation. The sheriff said they'd had a few reports of vagrants, Maybe someone squatting out there. I had been planning the solo hike for a few months. The idea came to me in January when the weather was miserable and I was spending too much time indoors. I had been scrolling through hiking blogs and watching trip vlogs on YouTube, just waiting for the spring thaw to open the backcountry trails again. I wasn't new to hiking, but I had never done a fully solo backcountry trek. This was something I wanted to do for myself just to prove I could. By April, I had picked my route. It was a 4-day loop through the mountains in a part of the state I'd never explored. Remote, not too popular, but known for its sweeping views and challenging climbs. Most of the trail ran along a long, narrow ridge that dropped steeply on both sides. The loop was about 42 miles total. I packed accordingly. Ultralight tent, 3 days worth of food, filtration gear, GPS, topographic map, compass, emergency beacon, medkit. I over-prepared because I didn't want to take any chances. I also left a detailed plan with my brother, with instructions to call search and rescue if I wasn't back or hadn't contacted him by the 5th day. The weather looked perfect when I parked my car at the tiny gravel trailhead and locked everything up. The sky was pale blue and cloudless. It was early morning, and the air had that crisp bite that comes before the heat settles in. I double-checked my gear one last time, adjusted my pack, and set off. The first day was mostly uphill. The trail was narrow but well-marked, winding through pine forests and rocky switchbacks. My legs burned, but I kept a steady pace, stopping only to drink water or snap a few photos. By mid-afternoon, I reached the first campsite, a flat clearing with a stone fire ring and some logs arranged into a crude bench. It sat near the edge of the ridge, with a view that made the entire climb worth it. Layers of rolling mountains fading into a hazy blue. I set up my tent, ate a cold meal, and watched the sun dip below the peaks. The temperature dropped quickly. I crawled into my sleeping bag and lay awake for a while, listening to the quiet. No engines, no voices, just wind brushing through trees and the occasional rustle of something small moving in the brush. The second day started well. I broke camp early and got back on the trail. The ridge narrowed, and the terrain grew more challenging. In some places, the trail clung to the side of steep slopes, barely wider than my boots. A few times, I had to use my hands to steady myself against jagged rock. There was no one else out here. The air felt thinner, the silence heavier. It made me hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every crack of a twig or loose rock sliding underfoot made my heart jump a little. Around noon, I stopped to rest in a shaded spot and check my GPS. I was on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule. The trail ahead looked even more narrow, hugging the spine of the ridge like a tightrope. I thought about turning around, just for a second, but pushed the thought away. I had trained for this. I was capable. That night, I camped at another high point, a small clearing near a cluster of boulders. There was no fire ring, but I wasn't planning on making a fire anyway. I used my stove to boil water for some freeze-dried pasta, ate quickly, and climbed into my tent. I was exhausted, but again, I couldn't sleep. There was a tension in the air that I couldn't place. I chalked it up to being alone in unfamiliar terrain. My mind was playing tricks on me, turning every gust of wind into a threat, every creak of a tree into something stalking just outside the tent. I finally drifted off around midnight, but not for long. A sharp noise woke me, a heavy thump, like something dropping hard onto the ground. I lay still, holding my breath. Nothing moved. I waited, listening. After a minute or two, I convinced myself it was a rockfall somewhere on the slope. I didn't move until dawn. The third day was when everything started going wrong. The morning hike was harder. My legs were stiff and sore. I didn't eat much breakfast, just a protein bar and some dried fruit. The trail took me over exposed ridgelines and past sheer drop-offs with no railing. No trees to catch you if you slipped. The wind was stronger here, constant and cold. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept going. Sometime around midday, I noticed something strange. I had stopped to refill my water at a small stream that trickled down through a rock face. I crouched down, filtered a liter into my bottle, and then froze. There was a boot print in the mud across the stream. That wouldn't have been odd, except it was fresh. The print was sharp, with clear edges, not worn by rain or time. It hadn't been there long. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail since I started. I hadn't even seen other cars at the trailhead. The boot print was larger than mine and deep. Whoever made it was heavy or carrying a lot of weight. I scanned the woods but saw nothing. No movement, no sound. Just pine trees and shadows. I moved on, walking faster now. About an hour later, I checked the map again, but something didn't feel right. The terrain wasn't matching what I expected. I kept thinking I should have passed a trail junction by now. I pulled out the GPS and tried to orient myself. According to the screen, I was a few hundred feet off the trail, heading slightly east. That didn't make sense. The path under my feet was clear, well-worn, like a real trail, but the GPS said it wasn't. I tried to backtrack, but the trail behind me didn't look the same. I couldn't find the stream. I couldn't even find the boot print. I stopped walking and stood still for a while, listening. The wind had died down. The woods were too quiet. I felt exposed. I took a breath and forced myself to think. I knew the cardinal directions, had the compass, had the map. I could figure this out. I started moving west, trying to cut back toward the actual trail. The slope was steep and uneven, and I slipped more than once. My boots scuffed against loose rock and dry leaves. I was careful, but I was also in a hurry. I just wanted to be back on the path. After what felt like an hour, I finally saw something familiar. A cairn of stacked rocks near a split in the trail. Relief washed over me. I wasn't lost. Not really. Just turned around for a bit. I set up camp early that night. I was tired mentally and physically. I found a low, flat area tucked between two large boulders, not far from the trail but hidden enough to feel sheltered. I ate a full meal and forced myself to drink extra water. I needed to stay sharp. As the sun went down, I sat in my tent with the flap open, watching the last of the light drain from the sky. The air was still, too still. Even at this elevation, there should have been some bird calls or the chirp of insects, but there was nothing. When darkness settled, I zipped up the tent and lay down. I tried to read a bit with my headlamp, but my eyes kept drifting to the thin fabric wall between me and the forest. I turned off the light and listened. For a while, there was nothing, just the sound of my own breath. Then I heard it again, that same heavy thump, closer this time. I sat up, heart racing. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal foraging. It was heavy and slow like a footfall, followed by another, then silence. I grabbed my knife and sat motionless, straining to hear. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed quickly. I didn't eat. I just wanted to get out of there. I checked the GPS and set a course to intersect the trail back toward the car. I had enough time to make it by late afternoon if I kept a steady pace. The trail on the fourth day was harder than I remembered. The inclines felt steeper. My pack felt heavier. The wind picked up again, sharp and cold. I kept turning to look behind me, even though I told myself there was no reason to. Nothing was there. I was just paranoid. Around mid-morning, I heard something behind me, footsteps on gravel. I spun around, but no one was there. I called out, but the woods were silent. I stood there for a while, trying to slow my breathing. Then I saw it, another boot print. Fresh, deep, same size as before, on the trail I had just walked. I started walking faster. By noon, I was moving at almost a jog. My legs screamed, and I kept stumbling over roots and loose rocks. I looked back every few minutes, convinced I was being followed. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. That prickle on the back of your neck when something's watching you. The last 2 miles to the trailhead were a blur. I don't remember much except my boots pounding the dirt and my pack bouncing against my shoulders. When I finally saw my car through the trees, parked in the same empty gravel lot, I nearly cried. I didn't stop moving until I was inside, doors locked. I sat there for a minute, gripping the wheel, trying to calm down. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were smudges on the rear passenger window, long, greasy marks, like fingers dragging across the glass. I never saw anyone. I never heard a voice. I don't know who or what was out there with me, I drove straight to the nearest town and stayed in a motel that night. I kept the lights on and the curtains drawn. I didn't sleep. I told my brother everything. He offered to report. I had taken solo hikes before. Not too many, but enough to feel like I knew what I was doing. That's probably what got me in trouble. Overconfidence is dangerous out in the wild, even more so when you're alone and far from anyone who can help. I had planned this trip for a few weeks, just a quick 2-day hike through a canyon system I'd read about in southern Utah. The area was known for its narrow slot canyons, dramatic red walls, and near total solitude. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove out from Salt Lake and arrived at the small dirt parking lot just as the sun was coming up. It was early spring, April, and the weather was crisp, maybe in the high 40s. The sky was clear, not a cloud in sight, and the air smelled dry and clean. I locked my car, hoisted my pack, and set out on the trail. The first few miles were easy. Wide, sandy paths led through sparse juniper trees and sagebrush. Lizards darted between rocks, and every now and then I'd see rabbit tracks crisscrossing the trail. I hadn't seen another soul all morning, and I liked it that way. After about 4 miles, the trail dropped into a shallow canyon. This was where things started to feel more remote. The walls gradually rose on either side, turning from dusty slopes to steep red sandstone cliffs. By noon, I reached a narrow entrance to one of the side canyons I wanted to explore. It wasn't an official trail, more like a well-known route among experienced hikers. I'd seen it on forums and in trip reports. The entrance was a crack in the wall barely wide enough for me to squeeze through with my pack. Once inside, the walls rose quickly, closing in on me until I was walking in shade. Sunlight only touched the canyon floor in thin slivers. The air got cooler, damper. My boots crunched on sand and pebbles as I moved through the corridor. Sometimes the walls were only 3 feet apart. I kept one hand on the stone for balance, walking sideways at times, ducking under overhangs, weaving around boulders jammed between the walls high above me like stone bridges. It was beautiful and quiet in a way that felt sacred. I paused often to take it in. The way the light danced on the walls, the echoes of water dripping somewhere ahead, the silence that wrapped around me like a blanket. I pressed on, planning to camp near the far end of the canyon where it opened into a wider basin. I had food, water, a GPS, topo maps, even a personal locator beacon in case something really bad happened. I wasn't being reckless, just ambitious. I wanted to see the less traveled parts of this place before it got popular like the other parks. Around 3 p.m., I reached a flat area where the canyon widened a bit. A dry creek bed snaked through it, full of smooth river rocks. A few small cottonwood trees grew near a trickling spring, their branches barely starting to leaf out. It was the perfect spot to camp, sheltered, quiet, and with a water source. I dropped my pack, set up my small tent, and boiled water for dinner. As I ate, I checked the sky again. Still clear. A few high wisps of clouds, nothing serious. I didn't have cell service, but I had checked the weather before I left. No rain in the forecast. After the sun dipped behind the canyon walls, the temperature dropped fast. I climbed into my sleeping bag early, listening to the occasional rustle of wind through the trees, the soft gurgle of the spring. I fell asleep fast, wrapped in silence. Sometime during the night, I woke up to a faint noise, like a low rumble. At first, I thought it was wind or maybe distant thunder, but when I sat up and listened harder, it faded. I wrote it off as my imagination. The canyon played tricks on your ears. By morning, the air felt heavier, still clear, but a weird kind of quiet had settled over everything. No birds, no breeze, just a dull pressure in the air like something waiting to happen. I packed up and got moving early. I wanted to explore further down the canyon before looping back to the main trail. As I followed the dry creek deeper into the canyon, the walls rose even higher, blocking out more of the sky. The ground became uneven. Slick rock mixed with deep sand, scattered boulders, and narrow ledges. Around 10 a.m., I noticed the first sign of trouble. A dark cloud, low and slow, had crept into the sky above the canyon. It wasn't supposed to rain. Not here, not today. But it didn't look like a passing cloud. It looked dense and heavy. I checked my GPS. I was nearly 3 miles from the main trail, still deep in the canyon. I thought about turning back then, but it wasn't raining yet, and I figured I had time. Maybe it would blow over. A half hour later, fat drops of water started falling. Sparse at first, then more consistent. I pulled on my rain jacket and picked up my pace. The problem wasn't getting wet. It was the canyon itself. These narrow canyons could flood fast during storms. Even if it rained miles away, water could funnel into these chutes with no warning. That thought kicked me into gear. I turned around and started back toward the wider section near my camp. I knew I needed to get out of the slot before the rain got worse, but it was already too late. The rain intensified fast. The drops got louder, heavier. Then the first roar came. A low, distant rumble, unmistakable this time. Not thunder, water. I turned and ran. It was hard running on slick, wet rock. My boots slipped on patches of moss and sand. I fell twice, scraped my hands, bruised my hip, but I got up and kept going. The sound behind me grew louder, like a train approaching through a tunnel. The walls vibrated with it. I reached a narrow section and saw water starting to trickle along the ground. It moved fast, already muddy, full of twigs. I had minutes, maybe less. I scrambled up a ledge, clawing at the rock, hauling myself onto a small outcropping about 8 feet up the wall. I pressed my body flat against the stone, heart hammering. Then it hit. A wall of water surged through the canyon, brown and violent. It wasn't just water. It was logs, rocks, tree limbs, all tumbling in a churning mess. It filled the canyon from wall to wall, frothing and slamming into the sides with a deep, terrible sound. I was stuck. I couldn't climb higher. The walls above were smooth and vertical. Couldn't go back down. The flood filled the canyon for hours. I watched it rise and fall, helpless to do anything but wait. By afternoon, the rain had stopped, but the water didn't recede much. It was a thick soup now, flowing slower but still dangerous. I was cold, wet, and shivering. I hadn't eaten since early morning. I had maybe a quarter liter of water left. As the light faded, I accepted that I'd be spending the night on that ledge. I curled up as best I could, trying to stay warm. My legs cramped often, and I couldn't sleep more than a few minutes at a time. Every time I started to doze, a noise or muscle spasm would jolt me awake. The next morning, the floodwater had gone down enough to expose parts of the canyon floor. I waited until late morning, then carefully climbed down. My hands were stiff, and I slipped twice, tearing open my palm and banging my knee. I limped as I walked. The canyon floor was a mess. Trees stripped of bark, piles of debris, mud everywhere. My tent and gear were gone. Even the small spring had vanished under mud. I started walking back. It was slow going. The mud sucked at my boots, and I had to climb over boulders and around fallen logs. I followed the canyon back to the main trail, which took hours longer than it should have. My legs shook with fatigue. My stomach growled constantly. By late afternoon, I reached the trail junction. I collapsed there for a while, just sat in the dirt and breathed. I still had to hike 4 miles back to my car. I made it just before sunset. The car was intact. I unlocked it with shaking hands, climbed inside, and just sat there. My whole body hurt. My face was streaked with dirt and blood. I looked in the rearview mirror and barely recognized myself. I drove to the nearest town, got a room, cleaned up, and slept for almost 15 hours straight. When I woke up, I ate 2 full meals in a row and called my brother just to hear a familiar voice, even though I didn't tell him what happened. Looking back now, I realize how lucky I was. If I hadn't climbed that ledge when I did, I wouldn't be here. Flash floods kill hikers every year in those canyons. And it wasn't even raining where I was, it rained miles upstream. That's how fast it happens. That's how unforgiving nature is. I still hike, but I'm not as confident anymore. I check weather reports obsessively. I stay out of slot canyons if there's even a hint of rain in the forecast. And I always remember that day when the canyon turned on me without warning. It taught me the most important rule of the wild. It doesn't care who you are, how prepared you feel, or how strong you think you are. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, it can take everything. I decided to hike alone that weekend, which I knew wasn't the best idea, but I needed a break from everything. Work had been draining, and I hadn't slept right in weeks. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to be around anyone. I just wanted silence, space, and some time to reset. So, I picked a trail I hadn't done before, Devil's Ridge. The name didn't bother me. Lots of trails had names meant to sound dramatic or tough. I didn't think twice about it. Devil's Ridge wasn't a popular trail. It was further out, almost 3 hours away from the city, and it didn't have much online about it. That's what I liked about it. I didn't want to run into couples taking selfies or groups of hikers blasting music from portable speakers. I just wanted trees, wind, and the sound of my own boots on the dirt. I left early in the morning, sometime around 4:30 a.m., packed with what I thought I'd need. My pack had a hydration bladder, extra water bottles, high-calorie snacks, a simple first aid kit, headlamp, knife, and a paper map I had printed just in case I lost signal. My phone was fully charged, and I had a small power bank just to be safe. The drive was easy. Empty roads, a coffee in my cup holder, and music low enough that I barely noticed it. I reached the trailhead right after sunrise. There were no other cars parked there. That should have been a sign, but I liked that it was empty. I took a photo of the trailhead sign, partly for the timestamp and partly in case something happened. Not that I expected anything to happen. The first few miles were exactly what I wanted, quiet. The trail was narrow but clear. It ran alongside a slow stream, then started to climb steadily. Pines got thicker as I went up, and the morning light cut through in long beams. I took my time. I wasn't in a rush. It was cool, maybe high 40s, and I had a light jacket over a moisture-wicking long-sleeve shirt. I'd packed light, just enough for a full-day hike, planning to be back at the trailhead by dusk. About 5 miles in, the trail split. There was a small wooden post stuck in the ground where it forked, but the sign on it had either rotted off or been pulled off. Both paths looked well-worn. I checked the paper map I had printed. It wasn't much help. It didn't show this fork clearly. Just a general dotted line that curved and rejoined later, I assumed. I picked the left path. I figured I could loop around. The trail started to change slowly. The dirt turned to loose rock. Trees got thinner, and the wind picked up. It carried a dry sound through the branches that made everything feel more distant. I noticed fewer signs of animal life. No birds, no squirrels. Just the crunch of gravel underfoot and the occasional gust that made the scrubby bushes shake like something alive. After maybe an hour on that path, I stopped to drink water and eat a protein bar. I checked my phone. 1 bar of signal, then none. I stuck it in airplane mode to save battery. I didn't think I'd need GPS. I could always backtrack. But something felt off. The trail started sloping downward, which didn't make sense. I was supposed to stay on the ridge, and this was dropping fast. Still, I figured maybe it would curve back. I kept walking, slower now, paying more attention to my surroundings. The sky was clear, blue with thin streaks of white, but the wind felt wrong. It wasn't cold, but it carried that empty feeling that made my skin tighten, like it had passed through a place where people didn't go. I pushed on. Eventually, the trail narrowed to almost nothing, and I realized this wasn't a maintained path. It looked more like a runoff channel that had been flattened by weather over time. I stopped, looked back. I could still follow the way I came, but the longer I waited, the more the wind seemed to pick up, and something about standing still made me feel exposed. Like something was watching from a distance, not a person, not an animal, just the land itself. Like the rocks and cliffs were waiting for me to make a mistake. I turned around. Backtracking was harder than I thought. The trail had been winding, and some of the loose gravel made it easy to miss steps I had taken before. I kept thinking I was retracing the right way, but the trees started looking unfamiliar. I'd stop, check my map, glance at my compass, try to align things, but it didn't feel right. The map wasn't detailed enough. The elevation lines didn't match what I was seeing. There were no markers, no carved blazes, no trail tape. Just endless rock and scrub and wind. After about an hour of trying to return the way I came, I had to admit I was lost. I didn't panic. Not at first. I'd been hiking for years. I'd gotten turned around before. You just sit down, rest, rehydrate, and reevaluate. So I found a rock, sat down, and started going over my options. I could keep trying to backtrack, or I could aim for higher ground and see if I could spot anything. Another trail, the ridge line, a clearing. I picked high ground. The climb was steep and slow. The terrain was sharp, dry, and uneven. I slipped a few times, scraped my palms once. I climbed for nearly 45 minutes before I reached a flat overlook. I expected some kind of reward, a view of the ridge or at least the trail I came in on. But all I saw was more rock and forest and distant peaks that didn't look familiar at all. I could see the trail I'd followed down, but it faded into the trees. No roads, no other hikers, just wilderness in all directions. The sun was past midday now. I had maybe 5 hours of light left, and I knew going further without a clear sense of direction was stupid. I had enough food and water to last the day, maybe longer if I rationed. I had a tarp and emergency blanket. I could hunker down if I had to, but then I heard something. It wasn't an animal, not a branch snapping. It was metal, a short, sharp clink, like something hit a rock. I froze, waited, listened, came again, faint but real. I thought maybe it was a hiker with poles or a hunter. Called out, but I didn't shout. Just enough that someone nearby might hear. No answer. I made my way toward the sound. Slowly, carefully, but the more I walked, the more the landscape seemed to shift. Not physically, but in how it felt. The rocks got darker. The trees looked older. The trail, if you could call it that, started cutting along the edge of a steep drop. And the sound stopped. I stood there, staring out over the drop. It was a long way down, maybe 300 feet. Jagged rocks at the bottom. No way to climb down safely. I looked to my right and saw what looked like a narrow ledge trail leading along the edge. It wasn't wide, just enough for one person, and parts of it had eroded. But I thought if I followed it, I might reconnect to the ridge. So I started along it, 1 foot in front of the other, wind pushing against my side, my hands scraping the rock for balance. I don't know how long I followed that ledge, maybe half an hour. Felt like longer. Every step was slow. My legs were shaking, my mouth dry. Then, suddenly, the trail widened again and opened into a small clearing tucked between 2 outcroppings. And that's when I saw it. A backpack. It was old, faded red, torn on one side. Sitting next to it was a rusted canteen and a cracked GPS device. No person, no bones, no clothes, just the gear, laid out like someone had sat down and never got back up. I approached slowly, touched the backpack. The fabric crumbled under my fingers. I opened it. Inside were a few wrappers, a lighter, and a journal. I pulled the journal out carefully. The cover was moldy. The pages were stuck together, but I peeled a few apart. The writing was smeared but legible in spots. What I could read made my stomach turn. It was just entries, numbered days. No dates, just day 3, day 4, and so on. He had gotten lost too. Tried to hike out, tried to signal, ran out of food. The last page I could read just said, "I see the same rock every day. I think I'm going in circles. I don't know how much longer." I left the journal, took a photo of it. I didn't know why, maybe to prove it was real. Then I heard the metal sound again, closer this time. I looked around and saw nothing, but I realized it had been coming from this direction. I wasn't following someone. I was walking towards something someone else had already walked toward. It hit me then, what if this trail was a trap? Not in some mystical sense, but just naturally. A path that looked like a trail, felt like a trail, but led nowhere. A loop in the terrain that disorients. Between erosion, wind, and time, the land had made something that caught people like a snare. I knew I had to get out, backtrack no matter how hard. I marked a tree with my knife and set a waypoint on my GPS app. Even though the signal was dead, Then I started walking, fast. I hiked for hours. The wind didn't stop. The trail twisted endlessly. I marked trees every 1/10 of a mile. I used the sun to guide my direction. At one point, I saw the same rock I'd seen earlier, the one with the moss patch shaped like a hook. I was looping. That broke me a little. I started the hike early that morning. I had planned it for weeks, wanted to test myself. Not some easy trail packed with tourists and picnic tables, but a real one. A solo hike through the Black Ridge Trail in southern Utah. Not many people go that deep into that part of the desert, especially not alone. But that's what I wanted. Quiet. A challenge. I had done enough hikes to know my limits, or at least I thought I did. The Black Ridge Trail isn't a single marked path. It's more like a network of old trails, washes, and canyons with occasional markers. Some parts are well-trodden, others feel untouched. I picked a 4-day loop that cut deep into the ridges and came back around through a narrow canyon. I brought what I thought was enough: food for 5 days, a lightweight tent, a GPS, a paper map, first aid kit, a water purifier, and 2 big water bottles. I checked and rechecked everything the night before. Day 1 was smooth. The sun was hot, but not unbearable. The terrain was a mix of dry red rock, scattered pines, and huge cliffs that dropped into deep canyons. My boots crunched on gravel and sand. Every so often, I'd stop, take off the pack, and drink water while sitting on a flat rock. By afternoon, I had made it up a ridge with a clear view of the land below. No roads, no houses, just endless, dry wilderness. That's what I had wanted: nothing and no one. I set up camp near a cluster of boulders, built a small windbreak with rocks, and boiled water for a freeze-dried meal. Night fell hard out there. No glow from any town, just cold darkness and stars. I lay in my tent, listening to the wind and the occasional rustle of dry brush. Probably rabbits or maybe a coyote. I wasn't afraid. I felt in control, confident. I'd done hikes before. This was just another one, only longer and more isolated. Day 2, I woke up early. Frost had formed on the outside of the tent. I packed everything quickly, trying to stay warm. The trail was harder now, looser rocks, narrow ledges. At one point, I had to descend a steep wash filled with slippery gravel. I slid a few feet on my backside to avoid losing balance. At the bottom, I rested and checked my GPS. So far, so good. Around midday, clouds rolled in. Not thick ones, but enough to block the sun. That made me a bit uneasy. Storms in the desert come fast, and flash floods are no joke. But the forecast had been clear. I decided to push ahead. The trail took me down into a narrow canyon, and the walls grew taller with each step. They closed in until the sky was just a strip above me. That's when I noticed the first mistake. I hadn't filled both bottles when I had the chance that morning. One was half full, the other nearly empty. I had assumed I'd find another water source soon, but this part of the canyon was bone dry. I pulled out my map and scanned it. According to the topo lines, there should have been a seasonal spring ahead, but when I got there, it was just a damp patch of earth, no water to collect. Still, I kept going. I didn't feel worried yet, just frustrated with myself. I had passed a muddy puddle back at the edge of the canyon. Maybe I should have used the purifier then, but now there was nothing around. I decided to keep hiking and look for water further on. The day dragged, the canyon twisted, and I started to feel thirsty. Not just dry throat thirsty, real thirst, the kind that makes you swallow constantly even when your mouth is empty. By the time I set up camp that night, I only had a few sips left. I rationed it, knowing the next day had to be about finding water. I didn't eat much. My stomach was tight, and I felt a little dizzy. The tent flapped in the wind all night. Something walked by outside, small feet, slow steps, but I didn't check. Probably just a deer or a fox. I was too tired and too dehydrated to care. Morning of day 3, I woke up with a headache and a dry tongue. I checked the GPS again. The device blinked once, then went dark. I tapped it, pressed buttons. Nothing. I cursed. I had spare batteries, but I had left them in the car to save weight. Dumb move. I stared at the screen for a while like it would come back to life, but it didn't. Now it was just me, the map, and the land. The canyon widened again, and I thought I saw signs of water. Green plants, a bird call, animal tracks. I followed them off the main path, scrambling over rocks, into a side ravine. I found a pool. It was small, shallow, and filled with dead leaves, but it was water. I dropped to my knees and used the purifier straw directly. Tasted like dirt and metal, but it was the best thing I'd ever drunk. I filled one bottle and kept going. But now I was off the trail. I tried to retrace my steps, using landmarks, twisted trees, a pile of stones, a fallen log. After an hour, nothing looked familiar. I unfolded the map again. The canyon looked simple on paper, but out here, every turn looked like the last, and the sun was hidden again. I told myself not to panic. I had food, water, and the map. I picked a direction that followed the canyon floor and kept walking. But the walls rose higher, and soon I hit a dead end, a cliff too steep to climb. I turned around and tried another route, but that one looped back to the same spot. I was going in circles. I stopped, sat down, and forced myself to think. My feet hurt. My shoulders were sore from the pack. I decided to backtrack to the pool and reorient from there. But after an hour of walking, I realized I couldn't find the pool again. The rocks all looked the same, and now the sun was behind thick clouds. I had no sense of direction anymore. That's when I knew I was lost. I set up camp early, in a flat patch under an overhang. I had half a bottle of water and 2 meals left. I used the map to guess where I was, somewhere in the southern branch of the canyon system, too far off the main trail. I marked a guess with a pen, folded the map, and tried to stay calm. I barely slept. Every noise outside made me sit up. Wind, pebbles falling. Once I thought I heard breathing, but it was just the wind funneling through a crack in the rocks. Day 4 started cold and silent. I ate a small bite of granola, drank a sip of water, and moved. I kept the map in my hand, checking every ridge and wall. I tried climbing to a higher spot to see over the canyon, but the rock was loose and I slipped, cutting my hand on a sharp edge. Blood dripped onto the rock. I wrapped it with gauze from the first aid kit and kept going. By midday, I felt the sun again. I climbed out of the canyon onto a dry plateau. Flat, exposed, and wide. I could see miles now, but no trails, no sign of people, no distant road or smoke. Just ridges and mesas, all looking the same. I walked for hours. My legs burned. I stumbled more than I walked. At one point, I fell and hit my knee hard. It swelled quickly. I limped, dragging the leg behind me, every step a jolt. I rationed water, tiny sips spaced out by time. I found another muddy pool just before dusk. I filtered it and filled both bottles. Then I collapsed behind a rock outcrop and lay there, too tired to pitch the tent. That night, it got cold. I curled into the sleeping bag, fully clothed, hand throbbing, knee aching. I stared at the stars and felt very small. The kind of small you can't explain to people who've never been alone in the wild. I wasn't afraid of animals or ghosts. I was afraid of dying stupidly because I thought I knew what I was doing, because I didn't turn back when I had the chance. Day 5, I woke up at first light. I could barely stand. I ate the last meal and forced down more water. Then I followed the ridgeline. It was a gamble. I hoped it would lead me back to the main trail. Hours passed. I scanned the horizon constantly, and then, in the far distance, I saw something. A straight line that cut across the land. A road. It was still miles away, but now I had a direction. I pushed my body harder than I ever had. My knee screamed. My throat was dry again, but I didn't stop. I limped for hours. At one point, I had to crawl down a slope using hands and elbows. Dust coated my mouth and eyes. I kept going. By evening, I reached the edge of the road. A lonely dirt road, but still a road. I collapsed beside it and waited. I had no signal, but I knew someone would come eventually. I took out a reflective blanket and laid it across the ground, hoping it would catch a driver's eye. Took 2 hours. A truck came, an old pickup. It stopped when it saw me. The man driving said something I couldn't hear. He gave me water, helped me into the truck bed, and drove me to the nearest town. A ranger station patched me up, and they contacted my family. I had made it out. Looking back, I didn't do anything particularly heroic. I just survived. Barely. I made bad decisions, overestimated myself, underpacked on water, got careless with directions. I thought I was prepared, but I wasn't ready for how brutal isolation can be. How fast your mind slips when things go wrong. How easy it is to get lost, even with a map. Even when you think the morning had started like any other hike. Clear skies, a light breeze, the kind of day that makes you feel like nothing bad could ever happen. I parked my car at the trailhead, tightened the straps on my backpack, and checked my phone one last time. No service, but that was normal up here. The map at the start of the trail showed a loop, 6 miles, easy enough. I'd done harder before. The first few miles were fine. The path was well worn, dirt packed down by hundreds of boots before mine. Sunlight filtered through the trees and patches. Birds chirped somewhere above me, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. I took my time, stopping now and then to sip water or adjust my boots. Then, somewhere around the 3rd mile, things changed. The trail narrowed. At first, I thought I just missed a turn, but when I backtracked, nothing looked familiar. The trees grew thicker, branches clawing at my arms as I pushed through. The ground turned uneven, roots twisting up like fingers trying to trip me. My breath came faster, but I told myself I was just overreacting. Trails change. Maybe this was a less used section. I checked my phone again, still no signal. The compass app spun uselessly. I had a paper map, but without landmarks, it was just lines on a page. The air got colder. The sun was still up, but the light felt weaker, like it was struggling to reach me through the trees. Shadows stretched longer, and the wind picked up, rustling leaves in a way that sounded like whispers. My skin prickled. I kept walking because what else was there to do? Then I saw the first marker, a strip of faded orange tape tied around a tree. Relief flooded me. Someone had been here before. Maybe it was a hunting trail or a shortcut back to the main path. I followed it, my steps quicker now. The tape led me deeper. More markers appeared, but they didn't make sense. Some were fresh, bright orange, while others were so old they crumbled when I touched them. The ground sloped downward, the trees pressing in tighter. My boots sank into mud, the kind that sucks at your feet with every step. Then I heard it, a crack. Not from me. I froze. My heart hammered so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The forest had gone quiet. No birds, no wind, just that thick, heavy silence that comes before something bad. Another crack. Closer. I didn't wait to see what it was. I ran. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tearing through my clothes. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. The ground dipped suddenly, and I stumbled, landing hard on my hands and knees. Pain shot up my wrists, but I scrambled back up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. That's when I saw the cabin. It wasn't on any map. Small, wooden, with a roof sagging under years of neglect. The door hung open, swaying slightly in the wind. Inside was dark. Too dark. I should have turned around. I should have run the other way, but something about it pulled me forward. Maybe it was shelter. Maybe it was answers. The floorboards groaned under my weight. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of mildew and something else. Metallic, like old blood. My eyes adjusted slowly. A table, a chair, a rusted hunting knife lying on the floor. And the walls, scratches, deep, frantic, like something or someone had tried to claw their way out. I backed up, my stomach twisting. This wasn't a hunting cabin. This was a trap. Something moved outside. A shadow passed the window, too fast to be an animal, too quiet to be careless. I didn't think. I bolted for the back, crashing through a rotted-out section of the wall. Cold air hit my face as I stumbled into the trees. Behind me, footsteps, heavy, close. I ran until my legs gave out. Night fell fast. I curled behind a fallen log, shaking, listening. The forest was alive with sounds now. Creaking branches, rustling leaves. Every noise made my skin crawl. Then, Distant but unmistakable, a voice. Not shouting, not calling for me, humming. A slow, tuneless sound that didn't belong in these woods. I pressed my hands over my mouth, biting down hard to keep from making a sound. The humming drifted closer, then faded. I waited hours before moving. When dawn finally came, I followed the sunrise east, walking until my feet bled. I didn't stop until I hit a road, where a passing truck screeched to a halt. The driver took one look at me and called 911. They found the cabin later, empty, but the police didn't like what they saw inside. I never went back to those woods. Some trails don't lead home. The air was crisp when I started my hike, a cool morning breeze that felt fresh on my skin, yet not so cold that it was uncomfortable. The path I had chosen was one I knew well, a remote trail deep in the mountains that twisted and turned through thick pine forests and along steep cliffs. I had been to this place many times before, but today something about it felt different. I couldn't quite place it, but I had a nagging feeling in my stomach, an unsettled sensation that I couldn't shake. Still, I ignored it. After all, I was a seasoned hiker, used to the solitude and the demands of the wilderness. The path started off easy enough. The ground was mostly flat, covered in soft earth and scattered pine needles that crunched softly beneath my boots. The trees were tall and imposing, their thick trunks and dark green needles creating a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was peaceful, and for a moment, I felt completely alone in the world. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. I could hear the steady rhythm of my breathing, my footsteps, and the occasional snap of a twig beneath my weight. But other than that, it was still. I didn't think much of it at first, but as I walked deeper into the woods, the feeling in my stomach grew stronger. It was subtle, but the silence felt unnatural. There was no movement in the trees, no animals scurrying in the underbrush. Even the birds had stopped singing. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I was just being overly cautious. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I decided to press on. After all, this was my favorite spot to hike. I had always found peace here. The more I hiked, the more I tried to push my thoughts aside, focusing instead on the beauty of the landscape. The trees were thick here, and the trail narrowed, forcing me to step carefully over roots and rocks. The sun filtered through the leaves above, casting long shadows on the ground. It was easy to lose track of time, to let the world around you take over, and that's exactly what I did. After a while, the trail began to slope upward, and the air grew thinner, cooler. I was getting higher into the mountains now, the peaks visible in the distance. The forest was still, as though it were holding its breath. My footsteps felt heavier now, my breathing slightly more labored from the incline. But I pressed on. I was used to this kind of terrain. I had climbed these mountains many times, and I knew how to handle the physical challenges. But as I continued, the unease grew. I could still hear nothing but the sound of my own movement. There were no signs of life around me. No insects, no animals, no wind in the trees. It was unnervingly quiet, and for the first time, I felt a twinge of doubt. Something wasn't right. The sensation that had been gnawing at me since I started the hike now felt like a real presence. A weight that pressed down on my chest, making it harder to breathe. I stopped for a moment, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and tried to shake it off. I took a deep breath, telling myself that this was nothing. I was fine. I had to be. But as I resumed walking, the path seemed to shift. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thick and dark, their branches reaching out like twisted fingers. The trail became more difficult to follow, with loose rocks and thick patches of underbrush that forced me to push through. I had to be careful now or I could lose my footing. But still, I pressed on, determined to reach the summit. I had been hiking for hours, and I was not about to turn back now. The sun was high in the sky by now, casting harsh light through the gaps in the trees. It was getting hotter, and I could feel the sweat running down my back. My legs were sore, and my feet ached from the constant uphill climb. But there was no turning back now. The feeling in my gut was still there, gnawing at me, but I forced myself to ignore it. I was almost there, just a little further. But as I rounded a bend in the trail, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, in the middle of the path, was something I had not seen before. A large, jagged rock jutted out from the side of the mountain, blocking the trail completely. It was strange, too large to have fallen naturally. It was as though it had been placed there, deliberately to block the way. My heart began to race as I stared at the rock, trying to make sense of it. Had someone else been up here before me? Was this some kind of prank? I felt a sudden surge of anger. Why would anyone mess with the trail like this? I cautiously approached the rock, inspecting it from every angle. There was nothing about it that looked natural. The edges were sharp, almost too perfect, as if they had been cut with a tool. It was unsettling, but I didn't want to let it get to me. I could climb over it, find another way around. I had to keep going. I took a step forward, moving cautiously around the rock, when something caught my eye. There, just off the path, I saw a faint trail of disturbed earth. It was hard to notice at first, but as I stepped closer, I could make out the faint outline of footprints, just visible in the soft dirt. They weren't my own. My blood ran cold. They were fresh, too fresh. The soil around them had not yet hardened, the edges still soft and malleable. My heart began to race again. Someone had been here recently, too recently. But who? And why hadn't I seen anyone else on the trail? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt like I was being watched. My breathing became shallow as I looked around, half expecting to see someone hiding in the trees. But there was nothing. The forest remained still, eerily silent. I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to leave, to turn around and head back to the safety of the trailhead. But something kept me rooted to the spot. Curiosity, perhaps. Or maybe it was the thought that I had come so far, and I didn't want to let fear turn me back now. I was alone out here in the middle of nowhere. If something was wrong, there was no one to help me. I had to be strong. I had to keep moving. I took a deep breath and pushed forward, carefully navigating around the rock and the footprints. The path ahead seemed to open up slightly, a small clearing ahead of me. I could see the sunlight breaking through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. It was quiet again, unnervingly so. I could hear my heart thumping in my chest, my breath shallow and quick. I pushed myself to move faster, eager to put the strange footprints behind me. But as I stepped into the clearing, I froze again. There, in the center of the open space, was a small, weathered backpack. It was lying on the ground, half hidden by some tall grass. My first instinct was to assume someone had dropped it, but there was something about it that didn't sit right with me. The bag was old, worn, and completely out of place. It didn't belong here. It had been here for a long time. I walked cautiously toward it, my pulse quickening. I reached down and touched the strap, pulling the bag closer. My hands were trembling. I unzipped the main compartment and found it empty. But then, I noticed something even more unsettling. A small, folded piece of paper tucked in the side pocket. I pulled it out, feeling the weight of it in my hands. It was crumpled, the edges torn, but the writing on it was clear enough. A simple note, written in dark ink. Asterisk, get out. They're watching you. Asterisk. I stared at the note, my stomach twisting into knots. I could feel the panic rising in my chest. Someone had left this for me intentionally. But who? And what did they mean by they? My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it all, but nothing made sense. Suddenly, I heard something, a rustling sound, coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing. The forest stood still, just as it had before. No movement, no sound. I didn't waste any time. I stuffed the note back into the bag and bolted. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just needed to get out of there. I ran, pushing through the underbrush, my legs burning as I stumbled over rocks and roots. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just needed to get away, to put as much distance between myself and whatever was out there. I didn't stop to catch my breath, not until I reached the point where the path widened and the trailhead came into view. My chest heaved as I stumbled out of the forest, the sunlight blinding after being in the shadows for so long. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. I looked around, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing. No one was there. I stayed there for a long time, trying to calm my racing heart. My mind was still spinning. What had I just experienced? Had I been followed? Had someone been watching me the entire time? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something dangerous, something that had been waiting for me in the woods. But whatever it was, I was out, safe, and I wasn't going back. I had been planning the hike for months, not because it was something epic, but because I wanted to get away from everything. Life had been weighing on me in a way I couldn't explain to anyone. The stress from work, a few personal things I hadn't sorted out, and just the noise of everyday life. I wasn't looking for answers out in the woods. I just wanted quiet. Real quiet. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat if you stop moving. I picked a trail that wasn't popular. The old McCulloch Ridge Loop in Montana, up in the northern part of the state. It wasn't a trail most people talked about. In fact, I only found it after reading through a bunch of old online forums about forgotten trails and bushwhacking routes. The loop was about 30 miles, starting at an old logging road, winding up through some ridgelines, and coming back down on the other side into a valley that followed a river. It was remote. No cell signal, no ranger stations nearby, no amenities. That was exactly what I wanted. I arrived at the trailhead in my old truck just after sunrise. It was a cool September morning, the kind that feels more like fall than summer. The air smelled like pine needles and dirt. Everything was still damp from the night before. I had my gear packed tight in a 60-liter backpack, tent, sleeping bag, bear spray, food for 4 days, water filter, extra socks, a small first aid kit, the basics. I wore sturdy boots I had broken in months ago and layers I could peel off if it warmed up. The trail wasn't marked well. In fact, after the first half mile of overgrown path, it turned into something more like a game trail. It was clear no one had used it in a long time. Branches snapped underfoot, and spiderwebs stretched across the path. It took me over 2 hours to reach what I considered the real start of the loop, where the incline began. I followed a hand-drawn map I printed off an old hiking blog, cross-checking it with GPS when I could. But I knew that once I climbed into the upper ridges, GPS would probably stop working altogether. That first day went by quietly. The forest was thick, mostly pine and fir, with the occasional rustle of birds or squirrels. I didn't see anyone, not even signs of people, no recent footprints, no campfire rings, no trash. That felt like a win to me. I moved slow but steady, climbing steadily for hours, stopping only for water and a protein bar here and there. My goal was to reach a small clearing near the ridge before nightfall. I got there around 5 in the evening. The clearing was just big enough for my tent, with a few boulders and a view that stretched over the trees into the distance. No wind, just stillness. That night was uneventful except for the cold. I wasn't expecting it to drop so fast. By midnight, I was bundled up in everything I had and still shivering. But I slept on and off, waking to silence and a sky full of stars. I didn't hear any animals, no crickets either. It was that kind of silence that felt unnatural, but I chalked it up to the altitude. The second day started with a light mist. I boiled water for coffee, packed up, and got moving early. This was supposed to be the hardest part of the trail, the ridge. It ran along the top of a narrow strip of land, with steep drop-offs on either side. There was no real trail, just a narrow line of beaten-down brush from where a few people had walked before. I stayed low and moved slow. One wrong step would mean tumbling down into rocks and trees far below. By mid-afternoon, I hit a strange patch of terrain. The ridge widened into a sort of plateau, but it wasn't marked on the map. It was just there. The trees thinned out, and the ground flattened. What caught my eye first were the deep ruts in the ground. Long grooves, like something heavy had been dragged through the area. They looked old. Moss had grown into some of them, but the dirt still looked disturbed in places. I knelt down, touching the grooves. Whatever made them had been wide and heavy. Maybe a fallen tree pulled down a slope, I thought. But the direction was odd. The grooves went parallel to the ridge, not down it. I felt unsettled. It was just a gut thing. The air didn't feel right. I kept walking. About 20 minutes later, I found something else that stopped me cold. A rusted shovel sticking out of the dirt, half buried. It didn't belong there. I pulled it out and saw that the handle had cracked long ago, probably from age. It was the kind used in digging trenches, heavier than your average garden spade. My mind started spinning a little. Who would bring something like that all the way up here? And why leave it? I kept walking, more alert now. The wind had picked up slightly, and it carried a dry, metallic smell, like old blood or rust. I tried to ignore it. Maybe it was just the iron in the rocks. By the time I found the next strange thing, I was jumpy. I noticed it off to the right side of the ridge. A pile of stones that looked too organized to be natural. About 3 feet high, maybe 4 feet wide. Cairn, but not a trail marker. It looked more like someone had built it carefully, piece by piece, with flat rocks stacked neatly. I didn't touch it. I didn't even go close. I had the sudden urge to leave the area, fast. But the terrain boxed me in. Trees to the left, drop off to the right. The only way forward was over more of this strange, flattened land. That's when I saw the tarp. It was shredded and half buried under dirt and pine needles, barely visible unless you were right on top of it. A blue tarp, the kind you buy at hardware stores. I crouched beside it and pulled at the edge. Part of it was caught under something heavy. I brushed more dirt away and saw the corner of a metal box. A camping cooler, scratched and dented. I tried lifting it, but it didn't budge. It was buried deep. I let go and backed away. I didn't want to know what was inside. By now, my nerves were shot. I looked at my map, then at the terrain. According to the route, I was supposed to follow the ridge another mile before dropping down into the next valley. But the land ahead didn't look right. The ridge narrowed again, but there were more ruts, more stacked stones. Even a rusty tin can nailed into a tree with something carved into it I couldn't read. I picked up the pace, heart pounding now. I wasn't sure what I had walked into, but it didn't feel like just wilderness anymore. It felt like a place someone didn't want to be found. Maybe even a place someone used to hide things or people. About an hour later, I finally reached the drop into the valley. The trail descended steeply, and I slipped a few times, grabbing roots and rocks to stay upright. Every crack of a twig behind me made me flinch. I kept looking over my shoulder. No one was there, but I felt watched. That's not an overused cliche. I mean it in the most real, instinctive way possible. Like how animals know they're being stalked. I made camp that night far off the trail, near the river. I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook. I just drank filtered water and ate a cold energy bar. Then sat in my tent with my bear spray and my knife beside me. I barely slept. Every noise outside made me freeze. At one point, I thought I heard heavy breathing, like someone standing just outside the tent, but it faded. I told myself it was the river playing tricks on my ears. The next morning, I packed up before the sun was even up. My plan was to push through the last stretch of trail and get back to the logging road by early evening. I moved fast, too fast. I twisted my ankle around noon on a loose rock and had to slow down, limping slightly. I didn't care. I just wanted out. I saw more signs of strange activity even as I descended. Another tarp, torn and hanging from a tree branch. A plastic bottle melted and blackened like it had been thrown in a fire. At one point, I passed what looked like a campsite, but it had been completely destroyed. Tent slashed, sleeping bag torn to shreds, pots rusted through. It looked old, but not ancient. Maybe a year or two at most. I didn't stop to examine it. I just moved on. I reached the road around 6 in the evening. My truck was still there, untouched. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and just sat there for 10 minutes before starting the engine. I didn't feel safe until I was on the highway with other cars around me. I never reported what I saw. Part of me didn't want to explain it, and part of me wasn't sure what I'd even say. There are ruts and stone piles and a buried cooler and torn tarps in the middle of nowhere? Who would care? But I never forgot it. Not a single part. And I never hiked alone again. It had been a while since I went on a hike by myself, and something about the idea of being alone in the wilderness felt right. I didn't plan on going anywhere too crazy, just a quiet, remote trail that I'd been reading about online. A friend of mine had done the same hike a couple of years ago and had loved it. He'd mentioned how peaceful it was, how you could really feel the weight of the world lift off your shoulders the farther you went into the forest. It seemed like the perfect way to clear my head. I had no expectations of anything out of the ordinary happening, but sometimes that's how the best experiences unfold, when you least expect them. I woke up early that morning. The sky was gray with clouds hanging low. There was a slight chill in the air, which made me reach for a jacket as I gathered my gear. I made sure to pack the essentials: water, snacks, a compass, a map, a first aid kit, and a sturdy pair of hiking boots that I knew would hold up. There were other things too, like a headlamp and a small knife just in case. I wasn't looking for trouble, but I liked to be prepared. It was a long, winding trail, the kind that didn't see too many hikers, especially at this time of year when the weather was still unpredictable. It felt like the kind of hike where I could go off the beaten path if I wanted to, without worrying about running into people. The drive to the trailhead was quiet. I didn't see many cars along the way. As I pulled into the parking lot, there was only one other vehicle, an old, beat-up truck, but there was no one around. I figured they'd already set off earlier in the morning. I parked and grabbed my gear, adjusting the straps of my backpack as I made my way to the start of the trail. It was a bit overcast, and the trees were thick, but there was something inviting about the way the forest looked, almost like it was waiting for me. The path was narrow at first, winding through a dense thicket of trees. The ground was soft, covered with fallen leaves and pine needles, and it made a satisfying crunch underfoot as I walked. The air was fresh, filled with the smell of damp earth and wood. I breathed deeply, savoring the scent of the forest as I walked. The quiet was overwhelming in the best way. It wasn't the kind of silence that felt lonely. It was the kind that made you feel small in a way that was humbling, as if the world had its own rhythm and you were just a part of it. As I continued on, the trail began to climb, gently at first. The trees were getting taller, the underbrush thicker. It was still early enough in the day that the sun hadn't fully broken through the clouds, and everything had a grayish, soft glow to it. The air felt colder the higher I went, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to ignore the occasional gust of wind that made the leaves rustle. The hike was going smoothly, and the peacefulness I had hoped for seemed to be settling in. I was losing track of time, lost in my thoughts, when I noticed something strange, a feeling I couldn't quite place. At first, I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the wilderness, playing tricks on my mind. But as I continued to walk, the feeling grew stronger. It wasn't a sense of being in danger, but more like I was being watched, a subtle pressure at the back of my neck. I looked around, scanning the trees and the undergrowth, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, just the forest, quiet and still. I paused for a moment, standing still and listening. The usual sounds of birds and wind rustling through leaves had faded. It was as if the whole forest had fallen silent, just for a moment. My heartbeat quickened slightly, but I couldn't pinpoint why. I shook my head, telling myself it was all in my mind. The trail took a sharp turn to the left, and I followed it, hoping the movement would shake off the unsettling feeling. The silence persisted, though, growing heavier as I ventured deeper into the forest. The trees were closer now, their trunks thick and dark with age. The air had a damp, earthy smell to it, more pronounced now that I was away from the more open areas of the trail. I could feel my pace slowing, my thoughts turning inward as I focused on each step. The path was narrowing, and I was beginning to notice that there were fewer signs of recent foot traffic. The occasional marker, a painted symbol on a tree or a small stone cairn, let me know I was still on the right trail, but it was clear that not many people came this way anymore. I walked for what felt like hours, the feeling of being watched never really going away. But it wasn't enough to stop me. After all, I was just imagining things. The thought gave me some comfort, and I pressed on. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the light began to shift, casting long shadows through the trees. The air grew colder, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. I had planned to reach a clearing by late afternoon, where I could sit and eat my lunch before heading back. But as I moved forward, the trail seemed to stretch on, farther and farther, without the clearing I was expecting. Eventually, I reached a point where the trail split. One path continued upward, while the other wound downhill. I checked my map quickly but didn't see a marked trail that matched the path I was on. It didn't make sense. I wasn't lost, at least I didn't think I was, but the whole situation felt off. Something wasn't right. I looked around again, trying to spot any familiar landmarks. I could see the mountain range in the distance, but I had no idea how far off it really was. I stood there for a while, debating whether I should turn around or keep going. The feeling of unease still hung in the air, but I decided to push on, thinking it was probably just a mix-up with the trail markers. I chose the downhill path, assuming it would lead me to the clearing I had been expecting. But as I descended, the terrain grew rougher, more uneven, and the trees became denser. The forest closed in around me, and the path became almost indistinguishable from the rest of the forest floor. I had to push through thick bushes and low-hanging branches, which made the journey slow and tiring. I was starting to feel frustrated, wondering if I'd taken the wrong turn or if the trail had simply become overgrown from lack of use. But I didn't want to backtrack now. The thought of heading back up the trail with all that distance to cover seemed even less appealing than continuing on. As I moved further down, I noticed something strange. There were no animal sounds. The forest felt completely still, except for the occasional rustle of branches overhead. No birds, no insects, no animals scurrying through the underbrush. I stopped and listened, but the only thing I could hear was the faint sound of my own breathing, loud in the silence. It was eerie, and I began to feel that familiar sense of being watched again. My instincts told me to turn around, but I pushed the thought away. I wasn't afraid. There had to be a reasonable explanation for it. I told myself that. I tried to keep my thoughts practical, but the unease was growing. After a few more minutes of trudging through the dense forest, I finally broke through to an open area. It wasn't the clearing I had expected, though. Instead, I found myself standing in a small, hollowed-out glade. The trees were taller here, their trunks spaced farther apart, and the ground was covered in a thick carpet of moss. It was beautiful, in an odd, serene way, but there was something unsettling about it. The trees around the glade were twisted, their limbs reaching up like gnarled fingers against the sky. The moss on the ground seemed to swallow the sound of my footsteps. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up again. I took a few steps into the glade, trying to shake off the feeling. I thought about sitting down to eat, but before I could pull out my water bottle, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a flash of movement in the trees. I froze, instinctively gripping the strap of my backpack tighter. My eyes darted to the place where I thought I saw the movement, but there was nothing there. I was alone, of course, but for some reason, the thought didn't bring me the comfort I was used to. I stood still, trying to ignore the sense of growing anxiety that was clawing at my chest. Something wasn't right. The forest had changed around me, felt wrong. At that moment, I heard a loud snap, like a twig breaking, and my heart nearly stopped. I turned quickly, expecting to see a person or animal, but again, there was nothing. The silence returned almost immediately. It was as though the forest had swallowed whatever had made that noise. I knew I had to leave, but the trail, whatever it was, had disappeared. The trees seemed to have closed in around me. There was no sign of where I had come from, no way to trace my steps back. The thought of staying in this eerie, isolated glade with the sensation of being watched was unbearable. Panic began to set in. I turned in circles, trying to figure out which way I had come from. Couldn't tell. I wasn't even sure if I was on a trail anymore. My throat felt dry, and my chest tightened with anxiety. It was then that I heard the sound again. A snap, closer this time. I didn't hesitate. I turned and sprinted, not caring about the path, not caring about the thick underbrush that I crashed through. I just needed to get out. My breath came in ragged gasps as I ran, my feet stumbling over roots and rocks. The trees seemed to press in around me, the air thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth. But I couldn't stop. I pushed forward, the adrenaline keeping me moving, until The morning had started like any other. The sun was just creeping over the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt path. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. My boots crunched over twigs and dry leaves as I walked, the sound steady and familiar. I'd done this trail a dozen times before, or at least I thought I had. I wasn't paying attention. That was my first mistake. The map on my phone showed the usual route, but the trail markers didn't match up. I figured maybe a storm had knocked some down, or the park had changed them. No big deal. I kept walking, listening to the birds, feeling the cool breeze. The further I went, the quieter it got. No more birds, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing. That's when I noticed the trees looked different. The path was narrower, the branches hanging lower, like they were reaching for me. The ground was softer, too, muddy in places where it should have been dry. I stopped, turned around. The way back didn't look right either. The trail curved differently. Had I taken a wrong turn? I pulled out my phone. No signal. My chest tightened. I told myself to stay calm. I just retraced my steps. But the more I walked, the less familiar everything seemed. The trees were too close together. The sunlight barely broke through the leaves now, leaving everything in a dim, greenish haze. Then I saw the footprints. Not mine. Too big, too deep, like whoever made them was heavy or carrying something. They veered off the path into the underbrush. My skin prickled. I wasn't alone out here. I walked faster. My heart pounded in my ears. Every snap of a twig made me jump. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. I kept checking behind me, half expecting to see someone or something following. Then I heard it, a low rhythmic sound, like metal scraping against wood. Slow, steady, coming from somewhere up ahead. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I moved toward it, my legs shaking. The trees thinned out and I saw it, a clearing. And in the middle, a figure, a man, tall, broad-shouldered. His back was to me. He was dragging something, a shovel, digging. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. He stopped, turned his head, just slightly like he'd heard me. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms, my face. My lungs burned. I didn't look back. I just ran, stumbling over roots, slipping in the mud. I didn't stop until my legs gave out. When I finally collapsed, gasping, I looked up and saw the trail marker. The right one this time. The main path. I didn't stop moving until I was back at my car, engine roaring as I sped away. I never reported what I saw. No one would believe me anyway. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear that scraping sound, and I wonder what or who he was burying. I had always been the kind of person who preferred solitude over crowds. The thought of being alone in nature had always seemed comforting, even if it meant the risk of something going wrong. I had been planning this hiking trip for months. It was supposed to be a simple 2-day solo adventure in the woods just outside of town, somewhere not too far, but far enough to get away from everything. I knew the area well enough. Lots of trails, a few streams, some deep forest, and some higher ground that overlooked the valley. But I had underestimated how quickly things could change. The morning I set out, the weather was perfect. The sky was clear, the temperature was mild, and there was just enough of a breeze to keep the air fresh. I packed light, just the essentials: water, snacks, a map, a small first aid kit, and a small tent. It wasn't going to be a tough hike. At least that's what I thought. The first few hours went smoothly. The trail wound through thick woods, the ground covered in a soft carpet of pine needles and moss. The trees were tall, their canopies stretching above me like a green roof. The only sounds were the chirping of birds and the occasional rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. I felt completely at peace. The world outside seemed so far away. Around midday, I found a small clearing near a stream where I decided to take a break. I pulled out my water bottle and a granola bar, sat on a rock by the water, and just took in the surroundings. Everything felt so still. The only thing moving was the water, gently flowing over the rocks. I thought about how lucky I was to be here, to have a break from everything else in life. The thought of the outside world, work, people, stress, seemed so distant now. But as I sat there, something started to feel off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was a shift in the air. The birds that had been chirping before were suddenly silent. There was no wind now, the air was still. For a moment, I thought it might just be my imagination, but the feeling lingered. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. I shook it off, told myself it was just nerves, and packed up to continue on my way. The trail started to climb, slowly at first, then more steeply as it neared the ridge. The higher I climbed, the more I noticed how thick the trees were, how dense the underbrush had become. The path was no longer as well worn, the dirt turning to loose gravel and rocks. I had to be careful not to slip. It was still early enough in the afternoon, but the trail felt like it was going on longer than expected. By late afternoon, I was high up on the ridge. The view was breathtaking. Below me, the valley stretched out, dotted with patches of forest and fields, and in the distance, the town I'd left behind seemed like a distant memory. It felt like I was the only person in the world, alone in this vast, unbroken wilderness. I paused there for a moment, took in the view, and then decided to continue on. I was going to find a spot to camp before dark, and I knew the trail would lead me down toward a small lake where I had planned to spend the night. But as I descended the ridge, something began to feel wrong. It wasn't just the quiet or the isolation anymore. I had lost the trail. First, it didn't seem like a big deal. I figured I had strayed off a little bit and could easily find it again. But the more I walked, the more it became clear that I wasn't just off track. The forest was denser now, the trees closer together, the underbrush thick and tangled. It was harder to move, and the ground was uneven, making it slow going. I stopped for a moment, pulled out my map, and tried to orient myself. I knew the lake should be to the east, but I had no idea where I was anymore. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and I knew that soon it would be dark. I couldn't afford to get lost out here after dark. Panic set in for a brief moment. I tried to stay calm, but my mind raced. I checked the map again, but it didn't help. The trails weren't marked as clearly as they had been in other parts of the forest. I had been too confident, too complacent. Now I was paying the price for it. I decided to backtrack, hoping to find a landmark I recognized. But as I retraced my steps, something caught my eye. A large, jagged rock formation off to the left, partially hidden by the trees. I didn't remember seeing it before, but it seemed familiar in a way that was hard to explain. It was like I'd seen it in a dream or something. Without thinking, I moved toward it, hoping it might lead me back to the trail. As I approached, the rock seemed to loom larger, casting a shadow over the ground beneath it. The air had grown cooler, the wind picking up slightly. I reached the base of the rock, and as I circled around it, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, partially buried in the dirt, was a backpack. It was old, its fabric worn and faded, and it was half covered in leaves and dirt. My first thought was that someone else had gotten lost out here, but when I looked more closely, I realized it was completely abandoned. There were no signs of life, no tracks, no sign of anyone else being here. I bent down to examine the backpack, my heart racing. There was something off about it, like I was trespassing on something I wasn't supposed to find. I opened the bag, despite every instinct telling me not to. Inside, there were a few items: a water bottle, a flashlight, a couple of granola bars, and a small knife. Nothing that seemed out of the ordinary, at least at first glance. But then I noticed something else. A small, crumpled piece of paper tucked inside one of the pockets. I unfolded it, and the words on it made my stomach churn. It wasn't anything unusual, just a few lines of handwriting, but the words were clear and disturbing. Don't follow the trail. It's not what you think. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I read the note again. Something about it made everything feel wrong, like I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to know about. I quickly shoved the paper back into the backpack and stood up, my mind racing. Should I leave? Should I keep looking for the trail? I didn't know what to do, but I knew that this was a bad sign. I needed to get out of here, fast. The sun was almost gone now, the sky turning a dusky orange, and the air was growing colder by the minute. It was getting late, and I had no idea where I was. I turned back the way I thought I had come, trying to calm myself. But as I walked, the woods started to feel different. The trees seemed closer now, more oppressive. The sound of my footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was nothing. The forest was still, eerily still. I walked faster, my heart pounding. I didn't care if I was going in the right direction anymore. I just wanted to get out of the woods before it got completely dark. As I made my way through the trees, I finally saw a break in the foliage, a small clearing up ahead. I pushed forward, praying it was the right spot. When I broke through the trees and saw the lake in front of me, I felt a rush of relief flood over me. I had made it. I wasn't lost anymore. I set up my tent quickly, fumbling with the poles as the sky grew darker by the minute. Once the tent was up, I crawled inside, my hands trembling. I sat there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the night, the occasional rustle of leaves, the far-off sound of water lapping at the shore, and something else, something that sounded like a voice carried on the wind. I couldn't make out the words, but it didn't matter. I knew I was safe now. No matter what, I wasn't going anywhere. The night would pass, and I would leave in the morning. I would head straight back to town and forget about this place. The voice, whatever it was, faded away into the night, and I slept. The next morning, the sun was bright again, and everything seemed peaceful. The woods were calm, and the air smelled fresh. But something lingered in the back of my mind. The note in the backpack, the strange feeling that had followed me since I'd found it. I didn't know what it all meant, but I was leaving, and that was all that mattered. The hike back was uneventful, and by midday, I was back at the trailhead. As I walked to my car, I glanced back at the woods one last time. I felt like I was leaving something behind, something important, but I didn't care. The woods had their secrets, and I had mine. I drove home that day, feeling both relieved and unsettled. I would never forget that place, and I would never go back. I've always liked hiking alone, not because I don't enjoy company, but because there's something about being alone in nature that clears my head. The silence, the steady rhythm of walking, the way the trees and wind don't ask anything of you. It's like medicine for a mind full of noise. That year, I'd been going through a lot at work. Deadlines, overtime, office politics. I felt like I hadn't taken a full breath in weeks. So when the long weekend rolled around, I told no one, packed my gear, and drove out to Elk Ridge Trail, a remote hiking route about 3 hours north of where I lived. Elk Ridge wasn't famous. It wasn't a tourist magnet like some of the more polished parks. That's why I liked it. The trail was long and rough, but you could go miles without seeing another person. The route I picked was about 20 miles, and I planned to finish it over 2 days, spending one night in a tent along the ridge. I brought a 60-liter pack with food, water, my tent, a compact sleeping bag, a small stove, a headlamp, spare batteries, bear spray, and the basics like a compass, map, and first aid kit. My phone had full battery and I had a power bank too, but I didn't expect service in that area anyway. I parked at the trailhead around 9 a.m., locked the car, and started walking. The first few miles were easy. The path was narrow but clear, packed dirt with some rocks and roots. It wound through dense pine forest, the kind that keeps the air cool and still even under sunlight. The only sounds were birds and my own footsteps. For a while, I let my mind wander, just keeping a casual pace. I passed a few trail markers nailed into trees, simple wooden signs pointing the direction with painted arrows. Everything seemed in order. By mid-afternoon, I was deep into the forest. I paused for lunch beside a small creek, filtered some water, and sat with my back against a tree. It was peaceful, quiet in that way that's both comforting and slightly unnerving when you're alone. I kept my ears open for anything unusual, but it was all just birds, wind, and the occasional crack of a branch under some small animal's foot. Around 4 p.m., I reached the base of the ridge. I hiked up the steep incline slowly, zigzagging to make it easier on my knees. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows through the trees. I kept checking my map. According to it, I should hit a small open flat section at the top of the ridge where I could pitch my tent. It wasn't an official campsite, but hikers used it often. By 5:30, I reached the top. The view was incredible, trees for miles in every direction, layered hills stretching out like waves. I could see a pale blue streak of a river far off. I set up my tent just as the sun started to sink behind the distant hills. I boiled some water for a quick meal and sat outside the tent while I ate, watching the sky shift through colors. I turned in early. It was cold up there, and once the sun went down, the forest got truly dark. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening. Every little rustle or snap outside sounded louder than it should have. That's normal, I told myself. Trees settle, wind moves branches, animals scurry. Still, it took me a long time to fall asleep. Somewhere around midnight, I woke up to a sound. It was a sharp crack like a stick snapping under weight. Then silence. My heart started pounding. I didn't move, just lay still, holding my breath. A minute passed. Then I heard it again. Another crack, followed by a low rustle. It wasn't wind. It sounded like someone or something walking slowly through the woods nearby. I quietly reached for the bear spray and my headlamp. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to light myself up like a beacon. I just waited. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. I stayed awake for a long time, straining to hear anything more, but there was nothing. Eventually, I dozed off again. In the morning, everything looked normal. I stepped out of the tent, half expecting to see signs of someone or something, but there was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed ground. Probably just a deer, I thought, though it hadn't sounded like one. Still, I packed up and started moving. This was supposed to be the easy part of the hike, the long descent through the forest and then a gentle exit trail that curved back toward the parking lot. I checked the map again. The trail curved northeast for a few miles, crossed a small stream, and then headed south. There were a few intersections with old logging roads, but they were marked on the map. After hiking for about an hour, I came to a split in the trail that I didn't expect. It wasn't on the map. One path looked more worn and continued downward. The other was narrower and climbed slightly uphill. There were no markers. I stood there for a while, trying to figure it out. My gut said to follow the more worn trail downward. It felt right. But I hesitated. I checked my compass. It pointed northeast, which matched what the map said for the next section of trail. I kept going down the worn path. That was my mistake. It felt like the right direction at first. The forest was quiet again, thick with trees and low brush. I walked for almost another hour before I started to realize things didn't match the map. I hadn't crossed the stream. The slope was too steep, and I hadn't seen any trail markers since the fork. I stopped and checked everything again. Compass said I was heading east, not northeast. The map didn't show any trail in this direction. I tried to backtrack. That's when the trail started to vanish. The ground became rougher, less like a path and more like random forest floor. I turned around trying to find the fork again, but the terrain all looked the same. Trees, brush, rocks, and no clear trail. Somehow, I had walked off the marked route completely without realizing it. I started to get nervous. I tried climbing up a rise, hoping to get a better view and maybe see a familiar landmark, but the forest was too thick. The trees went on in every direction. No breaks, no features I recognized. I checked my phone, no signal. The battery was still fine and I had my power bank, but without service, the GPS wasn't updating. I sat down, drank some water, and tried to stay calm. I wasn't lost, I told myself. I'd just taken a wrong turn. I had plenty of supplies. If I turned around and kept heading west, I'd eventually cross back over the real trail. That was the plan. So I started walking again. But the forest didn't cooperate. The terrain got rougher. Dense brush slowed me down. I had to push through low branches and climb over fallen trees. Then I started hitting patches of swampy ground, my boots sinking slightly into soft mud. I circled wide to avoid those areas, but that just turned me around more. After another hour, I couldn't tell which direction I was heading anymore. My compass still worked, but the map was useless now. That's when I realized something else. I hadn't seen a single animal all morning. Not a bird, not a squirrel. No sound except my own movement. It was too quiet. That kind of silence presses on you. It makes you aware of every breath you take, every step you make. I stopped and ate a protein bar, drank more water. It was just past noon. I still had a lot of daylight. I figured I'd climb to higher ground and stay put there for a while, let my nerves settle and try to get my bearings. That's when I saw the boot print. At first, I wasn't sure, but then I looked closer. It was definitely a footprint. Not mine. Too big. Fresh, maybe a few hours old. Deep heel mark like someone had been walking fast. It pointed in the direction I had just come from. I stared at it for a long time. It was strange. This wasn't an official trail. If someone else had come this way, they were also off course or they lived out here. That thought didn't sit right with me. I scanned the trees, the undergrowth. No movement, no sound. I started moving again, but slower now, more cautious. I tried to avoid making noise. The forest felt different now, like it was watching me. I kept expecting to hear a voice or footsteps behind me, but there was nothing. Later that afternoon, I found a clearing. A shallow depression in the forest, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by tall trees. In the middle was a pile of wood, split logs, cut cleanly with an axe. There was no fire pit, no tent, no structure. Just the logs stacked in a way that didn't look natural. Not a logjam. It was deliberate, human. I didn't touch anything. I backed away, heart pounding. There was no reason for that to be there. No roads, no cabins on the map. No trails either. It meant someone lived nearby, or at least passed through often. I didn't want to be there when they came back. I moved on, heading west again, climbing over a ridge. The sun was lower now. The shadows were longer. I had to start thinking about camp. I didn't want to, not out here, but hiking in the dark would be worse. I found a spot on a rise with a little flat space, backed by a cluster of thick bushes. I pitched my tent quickly, ate a small dinner, and got inside before the last light faded. That night was worse. Just after midnight, I heard it again. That same crack, a snap of a branch under weight, then another, then silence. I didn't move. I had always liked hiking alone. Something about being deep in the woods, far from the noise of people, helped me clear my head. I wasn't some expert survivalist or mountain man, but I knew the basics. I knew how to pack light but smart. I knew how to read a map. I carried water purification tablets, a compact stove, a small emergency tent, and I kept a GPS device in my pack along with my phone and a backup power bank. I wasn't careless, just quiet. I needed this trip after a long stretch of stressful work and messy personal stuff. I planned to be out for 2 nights and 3 days on a trail I hadn't done before, something deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. The loop was supposed to be around 26 miles long, rated hard but not extreme. I was confident I could handle it. I drove out early on a Friday morning, parked at a small lot near the start of the trailhead, filled out the registration form, dropped it in the box like the sign said, and set out. It was early autumn, and the air had that cool bite in the morning but would warm up by noon. The sky was clear. No rain in the forecast. The trail started out smooth enough with some switchbacks climbing a ridge, then leveled out into a long stretch of woods. For the first few miles, everything felt perfect. I was moving at a good pace, drinking water steadily, and stopping now and then to eat a handful of trail mix or look around. The forest was beautiful. Yellow leaves falling gently, pine needles soft underfoot, birds moving through the canopy. I didn't see anyone after the first hour. By late afternoon, I was around mile 10. I had a spot marked on my map where I planned to make camp. There was supposed to be a flat area near a creek. When I got there, it looked ideal. I set up my small one-person tent, boiled some water for a freeze-dried meal, and watched the sun slip behind the hills. I wrote a short note in my phone's journal app, just a habit of mine. Nothing much, just that the trail was peaceful and that I felt calm for the first time in weeks. I went to sleep not long after sunset, around 8. Sometime in the night, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. It was pitch dark, dead quiet. I lay there listening, not really afraid, just alert. Then I heard it, a single snap like a stick breaking. It was close, maybe 20 feet away. I froze, eyes wide, heart racing. I didn't move. Could have been anything, an animal, maybe a deer. I listened harder. Nothing. Total silence. I didn't hear it again, and after maybe 10 minutes I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I was up by 6. I made some instant coffee, packed up camp, and got back on the trail. My plan was to hike another 10 or so miles to a high meadow area where I'd camp for the second night before completing the loop the following day. The climb was steeper than the day before, and I started to feel the weight of my pack more. Still, I was making good time. Around noon, I stopped at a clearing to eat lunch. I checked my GPS and my paper map. Everything looked fine, so I kept going. That's when I made the mistake. I saw what looked like a trail veering slightly off to the right. It was faint, but definitely there. I assumed it was a shortcut that bypassed a steep section I could see coming up. I didn't double-check the map like I should have. I just went for it. The trail at first looked like it had been used regularly. Footprints, a bit narrow, but clear. It dipped into a shaded area, crossed a dry creek bed, and kept going. I followed it for about an hour before I started realizing it wasn't quite right. The path grew fainter, more overgrown. There were no more trail markers. My gut told me to turn around, but I kept thinking it would loop back or reconnect. The GPS showed me veering off course, but not drastically yet. By the time I finally admitted to myself that I wasn't on the right trail, I was at least 3 or 4 miles off. I stopped and sat on a rock, trying to figure out the best way back. I didn't want to retrace everything if I could cut across to reconnect with the original trail. The terrain was getting more rugged, though. The trees were denser, and there was no visible path anymore. Just woods. Still, I thought if I went west, I could hit the main loop again. I started bushwhacking slowly, checking the GPS every 10 minutes. But the slope became steep. I was slipping often. Once I slid down a patch of loose dirt and scraped my arm hard on a jagged root. My hands were covered in pine needles and mud. After an hour of that, I stopped again. My GPS showed I was way farther from the trail than I thought. I couldn't understand how. Maybe the terrain slowed me down more than I realized. My legs were aching. I checked the time. It was 4:15 p.m. I knew then I had to find a place to set up camp. I wasn't going to risk moving in the dark. I found a flat patch beside some fallen trees and cleared away debris. My tent went up quickly, but I felt uneasy. I wasn't scared yet, not really, but I was on edge. I ate another freeze-dried meal, barely tasted it, and sat quietly as the sky turned from blue to gray, then black. That night was worse. Around midnight, I woke up again. Not to a sound this time, but from a feeling that something wasn't right. I sat up, listening. Then I heard it, soft rustling, not far off. A slow crunching like something walking through underbrush. Not crashing, not running. Slow, careful. I didn't move. I held my breath. The sound got a little closer, then stopped. I waited, straining to hear. 5 minutes passed. 10. Nothing. I sat there in total silence. Then I heard a single, deliberate crunch. Closer than before. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to shine it out. The beam caught trees, branches, darkness. Nothing else. I didn't sleep much after that. When dawn came, I was out of the tent fast. I packed up and tried again to head west toward where the trail should have been. The GPS was jumping slightly. Maybe the signal was weak in the deep woods. I kept going anyway. By 10 a.m., I hit a ridge and thought I saw a trail below. I hiked down, scratched up my legs, but when I reached it, I saw it wasn't a real trail, just an animal path. My stomach turned. I was tired, hungry, and my water was running low. I still had purification tablets, but I hadn't seen a stream since the day before. I sat down to think, and for the first time, fear started to creep in. I wasn't in a survival situation yet, but I was heading in that direction. I checked my phone, still no signal. I looked at my power bank, just over 50% left. Enough for a couple days, maybe. I rationed a granola bar, drank the last of my clean water, and kept moving. Around 3 p.m., I heard something that lifted my spirits. A plane. The faint rumble of an engine above. I ran into a clearing and waved my arms like an idiot, but I knew it was pointless. They wouldn't see me. Still, it meant I wasn't that far from civilization. I pushed on. That evening, I found a shallow stream and nearly cried. I filled my bottle and dropped in the tablets. I drank slowly, felt it revive me a little. I set up camp in a grove of pines and forced myself to eat. The woods were dead quiet again. I stayed awake as long as I could, flashlight in hand, jumping at every sound. At one point, I heard something crash in the distance, maybe a tree limb falling, but it was too far to worry about. The next day was when things got worse. I woke up early, kept hiking west. My GPS showed low battery. I conserved it, only checking once an hour. By noon, I realized I'd made a big loop. I was back near the same dam stream. I'd spent a full day going in a circle. I felt my stomach drop. My breathing got shallow. I leaned against a tree and tried not to panic. I was 3 days in now, low on food, still no signal, and clearly not thinking clearly anymore. That afternoon, I decided to follow the stream downstream, thinking maybe it would lead to a road or another trail. I hiked alongside it for hours. The terrain got steep. The stream narrowed. I slipped on some mossy rocks and nearly twisted my ankle. The sun was starting to dip again. I came across an old, rusted can lodged between 2 stones in the stream. It looked like it had been there for years. My heart jumped. People had been here before. Maybe there were more signs. I kept going and finally saw what looked like a fire ring. Just a few blackened stones, half buried, but definitely man-made. I scoured the area and found an old beer can, faded blue and silver. Trash, yes, but trash meant people. I made camp there that night, feeling slightly more hopeful. Maybe I was near a hunting path or an old camp route. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. A whistle, faint, distant. One sharp note came from the trees uphill. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The whistle wasn't natural. It was human. I waited, staring up the hill, not moving. I wanted to believe it was another hiker or a hunter. But why would they whistle once and not again? Why no voice? Why not come into view? I didn't sleep that night. I kept my light on. I don't know why I chose that trail. I'd never even heard of it before that week. I was just browsing a local hiking forum, looking for something quiet, something off the beaten path. I wanted a place where I could just get away for a few days, camp in peace, and not see anyone else. One guy had made a short post about this trail way up in the northern part of the state, just below the tree line where the mountains start getting sharp. He said it was underrated, steep, and quiet. That was all I needed to hear. I wrote the name down, packed my gear, and drove up the next day. The road to get there was already a sign. It was paved for a while, then turned into gravel, then into a single lane of packed dirt and rocks. My car wasn't really built for that kind of driving, but I pushed it carefully until I got to a small pull-off with a faded wooden sign that simply read, White Ridge Trail. No official trailhead marker, no map, nothing else around. The only other sign was nailed to a tree nearby, telling people to pack out their trash and warning about bears. I threw my pack on, locked the car, and started hiking. The first few miles were steep and rocky, winding through thick pine woods that blocked most of the sky. There wasn't much to see except tree trunks and the narrow dirt path winding up. It was quiet, way too quiet. No birds, no wind, no distant sound of cars. Just my boots crunching on loose rocks and the occasional snap of a twig when I brushed against something. I figured maybe the cold had driven most of the animals deeper into the forest or into hibernation. The air felt heavy too, like it was thicker than normal. The silence started getting to me, so I started talking to myself under my breath just to break it up. After about 4 hours, I found a small clearing near a ridge where I decided to set up camp. It wasn't a great spot, just a patch of flat ground with some moss and pine needles, but it was out of the wind. I got my tent up, made some food, and sat watching the light fade between the trees. Still no sounds, no insects buzzing, no rustle of branches, Just cold air, the smell of dirt and pine, and that total silence. I crawled into my sleeping bag early and tried to read by headlamp for a while, but the silence was like a pressure building in my ears. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard something just outside the tent, like soft crunching footsteps. Every time I sat up and unzipped the flap to look, there was nothing there. I didn't see any movement, didn't hear anything except maybe the creak of trees in the wind. But it was that kind of feeling you get when you know someone is nearby, even if you don't see them. I told myself it was just a deer or some other animal, maybe a fox. I wasn't used to being alone in the woods, not this far out anyway. I managed to doze off again a few times, but every dream I had was about walking. Always walking, never getting anywhere. In the morning, I packed up and kept going. The trail got narrower and steeper, turning into a series of switchbacks climbing up the side of the ridge. I passed old fallen trees and boulders that looked like they'd been there for centuries. At one point, I came across what looked like a makeshift fire ring built with stones, but it was old, half of it had collapsed and the center was filled with moss. No signs of recent use. I figured maybe someone had camped there years ago. I kept moving. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed the trail had started to fade. The dirt path I'd been following started blending with the forest floor, and after another half mile, it was barely visible. I took out my map, one I had printed from the forum, and tried to follow where I thought the trail should be. The trees were getting denser, and there were more rocks now, like the mountain was pushing through the soil. I found a narrow gap between two slabs of rock and squeezed through, hoping the trail would pick up again on the other side. Didn't. I stood there looking around for maybe 15 minutes, just turning in slow circles. Everything looked the same. Trees, rocks, a few patches of snow. I started walking in the direction I thought the trail had been heading, but it didn't feel right. I checked my compass, then my GPS. The GPS was glitching out, couldn't get a signal. The compass pointed west, but every direction looked the same now. I told myself to stay calm. I wasn't lost. I could just turn around and head back the way I came. That's what I did, or tried to do. After retracing my steps for what felt like an hour, I came to a boulder I didn't remember passing. Then a fallen tree that looked unfamiliar. The more I walked, the more I realized I had no idea where I was. I had gone off trail, and now I was completely turned around. I tried to mark trees as I passed them using strips of orange tape I kept in my pack, just to make sure I wasn't going in circles. But even then, I started seeing trees I thought I'd already marked. Either the tape had fallen off or I'd looped around without noticing. I camped that night in a small hollow between rocks. I didn't bother setting up the tent, just rolled out my sleeping bag and lay under the stars. The silence was back, thicker than before. I didn't hear anything. No animals, no wind, just nothing. Couldn't sleep at all. Every sound I imagined felt real. Every creak of the trees sounded like footsteps. At one point, I heard what I thought was breathing. Slow, steady, not mine. But when I sat up and looked around with my headlamp, the forest looked completely empty. The next morning, I decided to follow the slope downhill. I figured if I kept heading down, I'd eventually hit a road or a stream that would lead me back to civilization. I followed a narrow game trail for a while, but it vanished after 100 yards. I kept going downhill anyway, pushing through brush and over rocks. My legs started to ache from the constant descent. My water was running low too. I hadn't seen any streams or lakes since the first day. Midday, I came across something strange. It was a pile of stones stacked into a cone shape, maybe 4 feet tall. It didn't look natural. The rocks had been carefully placed, the top narrow like a spike. I walked around it, confused. No markings, no tools, no footprints. Just this stone pile sitting in the middle of the woods. I left it behind and kept moving. Then I saw another one, and another half an hour later. The third one was knocked over. Rocks scattered like something had hit it or kicked it apart. That one had something under it, some torn cloth that looked like part of a shirt. I didn't touch it. My stomach twisted and I moved faster. That night I didn't sleep at all. I just sat by a small fire I built and kept watch. I didn't feel alone anymore. I kept getting this feeling that someone was walking just behind the trees, staying out of sight. I didn't hear anything, but I felt it. My body was locked in this tight, panic tension, like my muscles were always 1 second away from running. I gripped my knife all night, not because I thought it would help, but because it was all I had. In the early hours of the morning, just before dawn, I finally heard something clear, branches breaking. Not just one, a series of cracks like something heavy moving through the woods. I killed the fire and crouched low. The noise stopped. I waited, trying not to breathe too loud. When the sun finally rose, I packed up and started moving again, this time heading east, using the sun to guide me. That day I hiked nonstop, only pausing to drink and eat a few bites of food. My legs were shaking. My feet were blistered. I was filthy and exhausted, but I had to keep moving. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was following me. Not an animal. I would have heard it. This was something else. I kept seeing shapes behind trees, movement just out of view, but every time I turned, nothing was there. My mind was starting to turn on me. In the late afternoon, I finally heard water. A real stream. I almost cried when I saw it. A narrow ribbon of water flowing between mossy rocks. I dropped to my knees and drank until my stomach hurt. I followed it downstream for miles, hoping it would lead me to something. A road, a cabin, anything. Just before dark, I saw the bridge. It was old, wooden, and broken in the middle, but it was definitely man-made. That meant someone had built it. Someone had been here. I crossed what was left of it and kept going, fueled by the hope that I was getting close to help. An hour later, I stumbled onto an overgrown logging road. 2 tire tracks pressed into the dirt. I could have kissed the ground. I followed it until I saw a rusted-out trailer half sunk into the ground. The windows were shattered. No sign of anyone, but beside it was a rusted fire pit and a plastic chair turned on its side. I searched the trailer, found a dusty can of beans and an old, moldy sleeping bag. I stayed there that night, locking the door with a piece of rope and piling boxes in front of it. I still didn't sleep, but at least I had walls around me. The next day, I followed the road for another 8 hours. Finally, just before sunset, I saw a metal gate with a padlock and, beyond it, a real gravel road. A Forest Service truck drove by not long after, and I flagged it down with both arms waving like a maniac. The guy inside looked at me like I was a ghost. I must have looked like hell. They took me to a ranger station, gave me food. It was one of those crisp fall mornings, the kind where the air feels like it has a hint of winter coming but still carries the earthy scent of dry leaves. The sun was up, but just barely, casting long, soft shadows across the trail. I had been planning this solo hike for weeks. I'd done my research on the area, checked the weather, packed all the gear I needed. This was supposed to be a peaceful escape, just me, nature, and the quiet. I parked my car at the trailhead, a small gravel lot hidden behind some thick trees, barely noticeable unless you were really looking for it. The trail started immediately, winding up into the forest, and I could see the first few steps leading into a quiet, almost untouched area of woods. There were no other cars, no other hikers, just me and the path ahead. The first part of the trail was easy, a soft, well-maintained path with a slight incline. I wasn't in a hurry, just taking in the sights, listening to the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots. There's something about being alone in the forest that makes everything feel more vivid. The wind through the trees, the occasional bird call, the distant sound of a creek. Each small noise felt amplified in the quiet of the woods. I had been hiking for about an hour when I came to a fork in the trail. It wasn't a major decision. Both paths seemed to lead in the same general direction, but I remembered reading about a small viewpoint just off the main trail, so I decided to take the left fork. It seemed like it would give me a more scenic view, and I figured I could use a break soon anyway. As I walked down the left trail, it started to narrow. The trees grew thicker, and the path became less defined. There were no signs, no markers, but I knew I was still on a trail. The air was cooler here, more shaded by the canopy above. The silence was almost unsettling, but I shook off the feeling. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt, but that was part of the charm. I had been alone on hikes before, But something about this place felt different, distant, almost disconnected. It was then that I noticed the first sign that something wasn't quite right. A small pile of broken branches lay across the path, like someone had placed them there intentionally. It wasn't much, just a couple of branches, but it was enough to make me pause. I stepped around them, not thinking much of it. This was a well-trafficked area, so I assumed it was just a minor obstacle left behind by a previous hiker or maybe an animal. I continued on, the trail getting steeper as I climbed. The trees here were older, their trunks gnarled and twisted, and the underbrush was thicker. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I'd been hiking in the woods enough times to know that nature has a way of playing tricks on the mind. The wind picked up a little, and I felt it tug at the sleeves of my jacket. I zipped it up all the way, adjusting my pack as I pushed forward. The trail became more difficult as I moved on. I had to scramble over rocks and tree roots that jutted up through the ground. My legs were starting to ache from the climb, and I was beginning to feel a bit of doubt creep in. Maybe I should have stuck to the main path. But the viewpoint was supposed to be close, just a little further, I told myself. Then came another break in the trees, this time more pronounced. A clearing appeared ahead, and in the center of it, just beyond the trees, I could make out what looked like an old, weathered wooden sign. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't listed on the map I had checked, and it didn't look like it belonged there. I approached it cautiously, wondering if I had wandered into an abandoned area. The sign was blank, save for some faded carvings that were too worn to read. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, and then I realized something that made my stomach twist. There were no footprints, not a single sign of anyone else having passed this way recently. The leaves on the ground were undisturbed, and the air felt still, unnaturally still. I turned around, wanting to go back to the main trail, but as I looked behind me, I noticed that the path had changed. The trees seemed closer together now, their branches stretching out over the trail, blocking most of the sunlight. The path was narrower, and the ground had become softer, almost spongy. I felt a sense of unease settling in. Something about the way the forest had closed in on me made me feel trapped, like I couldn't go back the way I came. I took a deep breath and tried to steady my nerves. I had to calm down. There was nothing wrong here. I had just let my imagination run wild. I pressed on, determined to find the viewpoint and finish the hike. But as I continued, the trees began to feel more oppressive, and the air grew thick with moisture. Every step felt heavier, like the forest itself was dragging me deeper into its grip. The moment I realized I was truly lost came when I came across something strange. A large rock formation loomed ahead of me, but it wasn't natural. It was too regular, too symmetrical. At first, I thought it was just the way the rocks had eroded, but as I got closer, I saw something even more unsettling. There were symbols carved into the surface, not random markings but deliberate, almost tribal-looking symbols. They were faint but unmistakable. My heart raced, and I backed away from the rocks. I had no idea what this place was, but it wasn't on any map, and it didn't feel right. I was starting to panic, my breathing shallow and erratic. I turned around, desperate to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The path had twisted and bent in ways that didn't make sense. I was disoriented, scared, and then, as if to make everything worse, the sky darkened suddenly. What had been clear skies an hour ago now had a stormy gray hue, and I could feel the temperature drop. I pulled out my phone, hoping to get a signal, but of course, there was nothing. I cursed under my breath. My map app wasn't going to help me here. I didn't know what to do. I thought about heading back to the sign, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't want to be near that thing. The symbols were still etched in my mind. With my heart pounding, I pushed forward, trying to keep a clear head. The feeling of being watched had grown stronger, like eyes were on me from every direction. The forest around me seemed alive in a way I couldn't understand, but I kept moving, telling myself that if I just kept going, I would find a way out. Eventually, I found a small creek, and I decided to follow it. Water had to lead somewhere, right? The sound of the running water was soothing, and it gave me something to focus on. I followed the creek for what felt like hours, hoping to come across some sign of civilization or another trail. Anything. The world around me felt suffocating, and I was starting to lose track of time. But then, just as I was about to give up hope, I saw a clearing up ahead. A real one this time. The trees were more spaced out, and in the distance, I saw what looked like a small wooden bridge crossing the creek. It wasn't much, but it was something. My legs were trembling with exhaustion, but I pushed myself forward, moving faster now. When I reached the bridge, I paused for a moment to collect myself. The storm was getting closer, the wind picking up, and I had to move quickly. I crossed the bridge and found a small trail that led up the hillside. I followed it, praying it would lead me to safety. It was another hour before I finally saw a break in the trees. The trail opened up, and I stepped onto a small dirt road. It wasn't much, but it was a road. And there, not far from where I stood, I saw the familiar shape of my car parked at the trailhead. Relief washed over me in waves. I made it back, just as the storm finally broke. The rain came down in sheets, and the wind howled through the trees, but I was safe. The forest had felt alive, closing in around me as if it were trying to keep me trapped. But I had made it out. I drove away from that place, not looking back, grateful that I hadn't let panic take over. I still don't know exactly what happened on that hike. Maybe I got turned around, maybe I let my mind play tricks on me. But I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of the trail shifting underfoot, and the overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. Whatever it was, I don't plan on going back. Not anytime soon. The forest may have won that day, but it couldn't keep me. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the way it should stay. It had been a while since I'd gone hiking, and the idea of spending a few days alone in the woods felt like exactly what I needed. I had been living a hectic life for the past few months, caught up in work and responsibilities, and I was craving some solitude. There's something peaceful about being away from people, surrounded by nothing but trees and the sounds of nature. No distractions, no obligations, just the steady rhythm of your own thoughts and the beat of your heart. I had chosen a fairly remote trail for my trip, one that I'd read about in a couple of hiking forums online. The reviews were positive, describing the route as being challenging yet beautiful, with minimal traffic. That was exactly what I wanted. Peace and quiet, without the throngs of tourists or the bustle of a popular national park. I packed my backpack the night before. Food, water, a first aid kit, a map of the trail, a flashlight, and a small tent. I made sure everything was lightweight and compact. The last thing I needed was to be weighed down. After a final check to make sure I wasn't forgetting anything, I went to bed early, hoping to get a good night's rest before the long day ahead. The morning arrived quickly, and I woke up at dawn. I grabbed a quick breakfast, just some granola bars and fruit, and headed to the trailhead. The sky was still dim, the air crisp with the coolness of early morning. I felt a sense of excitement as I stood at the entrance of the trail. This was it, the start of my adventure. The first few miles were uneventful, just the typical hike through a forest. Tall trees surrounded me, their thick trunks stretching up into the sky, branches swaying in the light breeze. The path was mostly flat with only slight inclines. It was easy walking, but that's the thing about hikes like this. Once you get a good rhythm going, you start to lose track of time. The beauty of the forest surrounds you, and your thoughts drift away with the wind. As I walked, I noticed the sounds of nature becoming more pronounced. The rustle of leaves, the occasional call of a bird, and the soft crunch of dirt beneath my boots. Everything felt so alive, and yet there was a strange stillness to it as well, like the woods were holding their breath. Around mid-morning, I reached a stream. It wasn't particularly large, but it was wide enough to form a small clearing beside it. The water was crystal clear, trickling over smooth rocks and creating little ripples as it passed. I took a short break here, resting on a large rock beside the stream. The sound of water flowing was soothing, and I could feel my body start to relax. After a while, I packed up and continued on. The path was starting to get a bit steeper now, and the trees thinned out, replaced by smaller bushes and rocks. I noticed the temperature creeping up, too. Even though the morning had been cool, the sun was beginning to warm things up. That's when I first noticed something odd. It wasn't anything that stood out at first, just a faint sound, almost like a twig snapping in the distance. I paused, straining my ears, but I couldn't hear anything else. Maybe it was just an animal, I thought. A deer, maybe, or a squirrel. I didn't think much of it at the time. It's easy to get paranoid out here, after all. The woods play tricks on you, and the mind can sometimes amplify the smallest of sounds into something unsettling. But then it happened again. A soft crack, like something large stepping on a branch. I stopped walking, my heart skipping a beat. There was nothing in sight. I looked around, scanning the area. Nothing. Just trees, rocks, and the occasional flutter of a bird's wings. The feeling of unease settled over me, but I told myself it was nothing. It was probably just a deer or maybe even a bear, though I knew I was in an area where bears weren't common. Either way, I wasn't about to let a few sounds ruin my hike. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to relax, and continued on. The trail was getting steeper now, winding its way up through a series of switchbacks. I was starting to sweat, the effort of climbing making the air feel heavier. I wiped my forehead with the back of my hand, trying to focus on the path ahead. The trees were becoming more sparse, replaced by scrubby bushes and low-growing plants. The trail was narrower now, and I had to step carefully around loose rocks and fallen branches. Then, as I rounded a corner, I saw it, a figure. It was standing at the edge of the trail, just far enough away that I could barely make it out at first. It was tall, a shadowy silhouette against the light filtering through the trees. My heart skipped a beat. For a moment, I thought it might be another hiker, but the shape was off. It was too still, too motionless. It didn't move as I approached, just stood there, its presence almost suffocating. I took a cautious step forward, squinting to get a better look. There was no sign of any movement, no shifting, no sign of life at all. Just a figure standing in the middle of the trail like it belonged there. My stomach churned with a mix of fear and confusion. I took another step, slowly now. The silence felt thick, like the world itself had stopped just for a moment. Then, just as I was about to call out to the figure, it moved. It wasn't a smooth, human-like motion. It was jerky, almost like something was pulling it along, rather than the figure moving on its own. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze, my entire body tensing. The figure moved away from me, back toward the trees, its limbs twisting in unnatural ways. My mind screamed at me to run, to turn around and get out of there, but my feet wouldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to tear my eyes away from the figure. It was moving now, disappearing into the underbrush, as if it were part of the forest itself. When it was gone, I stood there for what felt like forever, heart pounding in my chest. Couldn't move, couldn't think. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen, and yet, it didn't feel real. It didn't feel like anything I could explain. Eventually, I found the strength to take a step back, and then another until I was finally able to turn around and head back down the trail. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I had imagined it. Or maybe there was someone up there who had been messing with me. I didn't know. I didn't care. I was ready to leave. As I descended the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that I would see that figure again, lurking just beyond the trees. But nothing appeared. The woods were silent, as they had been before. The wind rustled the leaves, and the birds called to one another, but there was no sign of the strange figure. By the time I reached the stream again, my nerves were starting to settle. I felt foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. I knew I had to make camp soon, but I was starting to second-guess my decision to stay the night. I had planned to go further, but something inside me urged me to stop. I didn't want to go any deeper into the woods, not after what had happened. I found a small clearing near the stream, just large enough to pitch my tent. I set up camp quickly, my hands moving mechanically as I tried to push the unsettling thoughts from my mind. Once the tent was up, I crawled inside, thankful for the small bit of shelter it offered. It was strange, but the idea of being alone in the woods didn't seem so peaceful anymore. The thought of that figure in the trees kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I barely slept. Every noise outside the tent made me tense up, my heart racing at the slightest sound. I kept imagining that figure, watching me from the darkness, waiting, but nothing happened. The hours passed slowly, and by the time the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I felt both exhausted and relieved. The hike out the next day was uneventful. I didn't see anything strange again, and the woods felt peaceful, like nothing had ever happened. But as I reached the trailhead and stepped back onto the road, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder one last time. I never went back to that trail. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe it wasn't. But I wasn't willing to take the chance. I'd had my fill of the woods, at least for now. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was still out there, watching me. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I'd made it out. That was enough. It started as a simple plan. I had a 4-day weekend off work, and I wanted to use every minute of it doing something quiet and away from everything. My job had been stressing me out lately. Hours sitting behind a screen, answering emails, staring at spreadsheets, dealing with short deadlines and even shorter tempers. I was burnt out, so I decided to go hiking. I chose a trail I hadn't done before, one of those lesser-known ones that looped through a national forest about 6 hours from home. It wasn't a tourist spot, and that's what I liked about it. From what I'd read, it was a solid 30-mile loop, mostly through deep woods with elevation changes and narrow ridges, a few small creeks, and supposedly some incredible views if the weather stayed clear. It was supposed to take 3 days if you were moving steadily and not rushing. I packed carefully, plenty of food, 2 water filters, a headlamp, maps, a GPS tracker, power banks, extra batteries, a first aid kit, even a little solar charger. I'd done enough of these hikes to know what mattered most was preparation. I packed warm clothes even though it was May. Temperatures dropped fast in the forest after sunset, especially at elevation. I threw in a tarp too, just in case I needed extra shelter. Everything fit into my pack just fine. I felt good about it. I drove up early Friday morning. The road narrowed after the last town, winding through hills until it finally reached the trailhead parking lot. There were only 2 other cars there. That was perfect. I logged my name in the trail register, the time I started, and my intended return day. It was 9:42 a.m. when I stepped onto the trail and started walking. The first day went smooth. Weather was good, blue skies, light wind, cool but not cold. The trail was narrow but easy to follow. Pines and birches lined both sides, and the sound of birds was constant. I moved steadily, stopping once or twice to snack and check the map. I passed a small creek around noon and filled my bottle, filtering the water before drinking. I didn't see another person all day. By 6 p.m., I was about 10 miles in. That was more than I'd planned, but I still felt good. My legs were a little sore, but that was normal. I found a flat spot off the trail, near a rocky bluff that overlooked the trees. I set up my tent, boiled water for dinner, and watched the sunset. The air got cold quickly, but my sleeping bag was warm. I laid there in the dark, listening to the breeze in the trees until I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up early. There was frost on the tent fly. I boiled water for coffee, stretched a bit, packed up, and started moving again. This day was supposed to be harder. More climbing, more remote, fewer landmarks. I was aiming for another 10 miles, give or take, depending on terrain. By noon, I was deep in it. The trail curved through gullies, over old roots, across damp, mossy ground, and through stretches where sunlight barely reached the forest floor. The GPS tracker showed I was on course, but I started to feel something I didn't like, a kind of awareness. Like I wasn't alone anymore. It wasn't a sound or a sight, just something that built slowly in the back of my brain. A change in how the woods felt around me. I stopped once and listened. Nothing but wind and the occasional creak of tree branches. I brushed it off. I told myself I was just imagining things. I kept walking. An hour later, I stepped into a small clearing and found what looked like an old hunter's camp. Just a few logs arranged like seats and a fire pit full of ashes and scorched cans. Nothing fresh. It looked like it hadn't been used in a year or more, but something about it made me uneasy. The ashes weren't scattered like they usually get after a while. The logs didn't have moss on them. Felt wrong. I moved on, picking up my pace. The trail began to climb, winding up through tighter switchbacks. It got quiet again. The kind of quiet where even the birds don't make noise. The feeling that I was being watched got stronger. I tried to ignore it, but then, around 3 p.m., I found something that stopped me cold. There was a backpack on the side of the trail, just sitting there, half buried in leaves and dirt. It looked weathered, like it had been there for months. I dropped my own pack and crouched down to look at it. The zippers were broken. The fabric was torn in places. There was a water bottle still in the side pouch, green with algae. I didn't touch it. I just looked at it for a while. The weird thing was that it didn't seem like it had just been dropped. It looked like someone had placed it there, halfway buried, like they didn't want it seen. I felt a knot in my stomach. I looked around, slowly turning, scanning the woods. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been through here and tried to hide something. I thought about turning back, but I was already too far in. I told myself it was probably just lost gear, maybe dropped by someone in a hurry. Still, I didn't stop much after that. I walked fast, keeping my eyes moving. The trail narrowed and got harder to follow. The markers were faded. At one point, I nearly stepped on a snake, long, dark, coiled beside a rock. I jumped back and gave it space. That didn't help my nerves. By 5:30, I found a flat ridge and set up camp again. This time, I didn't cook anything. I ate a cold granola bar and drank some water. I didn't want to light a fire. I didn't want anything to draw attention to where I was. That night, I didn't sleep well. I heard noises, branches cracking, footsteps, not animals, not squirrels or raccoons. These were heavy, slow steps, once, twice, then nothing for hours. I laid there, heart pounding, holding my knife in one hand under the sleeping bag. The first light, I packed up and got moving. I skipped breakfast. I wanted to get back on the trail and out of the woods. The map said I had maybe 8 or 9 miles left, but the trail was slow going, muddy in places, full of fallen branches. I was exhausted, but I pushed forward. At 11 a.m., I came across something else that stopped me. There were boot prints in the mud. Not mine. Bigger, deeper. I crouched and looked at them. The tread was different from my boots. Fresh, less than a day old. They led in the same direction I was going. That's when I knew someone else was out here. Someone ahead of me, or maybe someone who had circled around behind me during the night and gone ahead. I moved fast, too fast. I twisted my ankle coming down a steep hill. Not a break, just a sharp pain. I had to slow down after that. I started noticing things, small things. A broken branch here, a scuffed rock there, a scrap of faded cloth snagged on a bush. Once, a cigarette but in the dirt, still fresh. Someone was close. I could feel it. I didn't know if they were following me or just nearby, but either way, I didn't like it. By 3 p.m., I was sure of it. I heard movement behind me, just out of sight. I stopped walking. The forest stopped with me. Then I heard it again. Faint, then gone. I didn't call out. I didn't make a sound. I just started walking again, faster than before. The last few miles felt like 10. The trail opened up into an old logging road, overgrown and barely visible on the map. I took it anyway. It was the shortest way out. But halfway down that road, I found something else. Another pack. This one was newer, not buried, just sitting there in the middle of the path. Next to it, a pair of gloves, laid out neatly, like someone had taken them off and set them down side by side. I didn't stop. I walked past them and didn't look back. My ankle throbbed. My feet ached. My shoulders burned from the weight of the pack. But I kept going. Just before sunset, I reached the trailhead. There were 2 cars in the lot, the same 2 I'd seen when I arrived. Mine was untouched. I looked behind me before I unlocked the door. The trail was empty. I drove away without looking back. When I got home, I called the local ranger office and told them what I'd seen. The abandoned packs, the footprints, the strange feeling that someone was out there, maybe watching hikers. They said they'd check it out. A week later, I got a follow-up call. The ranger told me they found one of the backpacks I'd described, but not the other, and no signs of anyone else. No camps, no fresh fire pits, nothing. But he told me something that stuck with me. He said there had been reports before, just scattered ones. Other hikers who came back early, who felt like they weren't alone, who found things that didn't belong. He said they never found anything concrete. Then he said, "You did the right thing getting out when you did." That was all he said. It's been months since that hike. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm walking alone. That feeling in my gut, like I was being watched, like someone was waiting for me to let my guard down. I haven't gone back to that trail. I don't think I ever will. And now, every time I pack for a new trip, I pack a little lighter and I pay a little more attention. Because sometimes, it's not the wilderness you need to be afraid of. It's what might already be out there, watching from the trees, waiting for you. I had always been someone who enjoyed the outdoors, though I wasn't exactly an expert in hiking. I liked the feeling of being surrounded by nature, the silence, and the way everything felt so alive. Everything except for me. That was what I'd always felt when I hiked. I was a visitor in a world that didn't need me to be there. Still, I kept coming back, especially on weekends when the weather was perfect, and the sun was warm but not too hot. It was early spring, the trees were just beginning to bud, and the air had that crisp, fresh smell that I loved. I had chosen a trail that was well known but not overly crowded, one I'd done a few times before. It was about an 8-mile loop, and I figured it would be a good workout without being too much for me to handle. The trailhead was just past a small parking lot, and I didn't expect to see too many people that day. A few families might be out, but nothing that would ruin the peaceful solitude I craved. I parked my car at the trailhead, grabbed my backpack, and adjusted the straps. I always made sure to pack light water, a snack, my phone, and a small first aid kit. I'd been hiking enough to know the basics, even if I was no expert. I checked the trail map, which was pinned up at the trailhead, and then set off. The first stretch of the trail was easy, a wide dirt path that wound through the forest. The trees were still bare enough that the sun filtered through the branches, casting patterns of light and shadow on the ground. I moved at a steady pace, enjoying the solitude. The sounds of birds chirping and the wind rustling the leaves made everything feel calm, almost dreamlike. It was around an hour into the hike when things started to feel off. At first, it was subtle. The silence felt a little heavier, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every little noise. I pushed it out of my mind. It was probably just my imagination, maybe a result of being alone in the woods. I had done this plenty of times before, after all. But as I continued down the trail, it started to feel like something was watching me, a sensation that's hard to explain. It wasn't like I heard footsteps behind me or anything obvious. It was just a creeping feeling, like the world had shifted in a way I couldn't see but could feel. The trees looked more closed in, the path felt narrower. I kept moving, hoping it was just my mind playing tricks. Another mile passed, and the trail started to get steeper. The easy, well-marked path gave way to a more rugged section, with rocks and loose dirt. The hike was more challenging, but I was used to it. As I ascended, I could hear my own breathing, the occasional scrape of my boots against the rocks, the rustling of leaves. The noises of the forest seemed to grow louder as the air grew thinner. It was almost like the trees themselves were trying to speak to me, urging me to turn around. But I didn't. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and take a sip of water. I'd reached a narrow ridge where the trail wrapped around a rock face, offering a steep drop on one side. The view was stunning, but it did little to calm the gnawing sensation that had been building in the pit of my stomach. Something about this place felt wrong, but I didn't know why. I kept moving, forcing myself to focus on the trail ahead. The next section of the hike was a series of switchbacks that would lead me to the top of the ridge. My legs were starting to feel sore, but I knew I could make it. A few more turns, and I'd be on the final stretch to the summit. The switchbacks seemed to go on forever. I was so focused on the trail beneath my feet that I almost didn't notice the sudden silence. It was the kind of silence where you don't hear anything. Not the wind, not the birds, not even the rustling of leaves. I stopped, instinctively looking around. The air felt thicker, almost oppressive. I stood there, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe I was just tired. It had been a while since I'd hiked this far, and I had been pushing myself harder than usual. I started walking again, but the silence persisted. It was unnatural, unsettling. My heart was beating faster now, and my palms were beginning to sweat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that there was something out there, hidden just out of sight. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. I was just on edge. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling, like something moving through the brush. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The noise stopped as quickly as it had started. I glanced around, but there was nothing, no movement, just the quiet, the trees, and the path stretching out before me. I kept walking, faster now, hoping to outrun the feeling that had settled over me. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone there, but the trail was empty. There was no one else. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it seemed to intensify. The ridge finally flattened out, and I reached the top of the hill. The summit was a rocky outcrop, offering a breathtaking view of the valley below. I took a moment to appreciate the view, the beauty of the landscape stretching out before me. But even that didn't seem to calm the knot in my stomach. I could feel my muscles tense as I stood there, scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of movement. I tried to breathe deeply, steadying myself. It was just my nerves, just the isolation. But as I stood there, something caught my eye. A figure just barely visible through the trees. A man, maybe. It was hard to tell. He was standing motionless, hidden in the shadows of the trees on the far side of the summit. I blinked, and when I looked again, the figure was gone. I thought I had imagined it. It was probably just a shadow, or maybe I had seen something from the corner of my eye. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it grew stronger. I turned back to the trail, deciding it was time to head down. I didn't want to stay any longer. The trail was still quiet, but now it felt like something was waiting just behind me, following me, tracking my every step. I walked faster, trying not to panic, but every rustle of the leaves, every crack of a twig underfoot, made my heart race. The further I went, the more oppressive the air became. The trees seemed to close in on me, blocking out the light, making the trail harder to see. The noise of the forest had vanished entirely. All I could hear now was my own breathing and the pounding of my heart. I rounded a corner and stopped dead in my tracks. Ahead of me, the trail split. One path continued downward, as I expected, but the other veered off to the left, into the dense woods. I had no memory of this fork. I knew the trail, and I was certain there hadn't been a split like this before. But there it was, a narrow, overgrown path that led deeper into the forest. It didn't feel right, felt like a trap. I stood there for a long moment, trying to steady my breathing, trying to make sense of what was happening. I could feel my legs shaking, but I couldn't stay here. I had to get back to the parking lot. I took the main trail, hoping to make it out quickly. But the path seemed to stretch on forever, the familiar landmarks not showing up when I expected them. The trees were closer now, their branches hanging low, almost blocking the trail. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder again, as if expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the same empty, silent woods. But the feeling of being watched never left me. It clung to me like a shadow, growing darker with each step. Finally, I emerged from the woods. The parking lot was just ahead, and I could see my car in the distance. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. I just kept walking until I reached the safety of my car. I didn't know what had happened out there, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going back. Not to that trail, not to that place. Whatever had made me feel so uneasy, whatever had been lurking in those woods, I didn't want to find out. I drove home in silence, the feeling of being watched still hanging over me. The next day, I looked up the trail online. It was a popular route, well-trodden and safe. Nothing unusual had been reported, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Something had happened, something that didn't make sense. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was nothing. But I knew one thing for sure. I wouldn't be hiking alone again anytime soon. I've always loved hiking. The feeling of being out in nature, away from the noise of everyday life, has always been a kind of therapy for me. I've hiked many trails, ranging from easy walks to challenging climbs. But there was one hike that would change my view on hiking forever, and not in a good way. It started as just another weekend trip, but it turned into something I'll never forget. It was late autumn when I decided to tackle a trail that had been on my list for a while. A trail deep in the woods, far from any popular hiking spots. The trail wasn't well known, which was part of the reason I wanted to try it. I like getting away from crowds, and I've always preferred the solitude of less traveled paths. The weather had been cool, but not too cold, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky when I set out early in the morning. I had packed everything I'd need for the day: my hiking boots, a jacket, a couple of bottles of water, some snacks, a small first aid kit, and of course my trusty map. The map showed the trail was about 10 miles long, winding through dense forest, up and down hills, and crossing a small creek a few times. It seemed manageable, though I knew I'd have to pay attention, especially because the trail wasn't marked as clearly as the ones I was used to. The first few miles were peaceful. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine mixed with the earthy smell of fallen leaves. As I walked, I took my time, enjoying the quiet of the woods. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant chirping of birds. The path was narrow but well-trodden, and I followed it with ease. As I went deeper into the woods, I noticed that the trail began to narrow further. The trees grew thicker, and the underbrush started to encroach on the path. It wasn't anything unusual, but it did make the hike feel a little more isolated. I kept an eye on my map, checking to make sure I was still on the right track. It was around the 6-mile mark when things started to feel off. The woods had become eerily quiet. There were no birds chirping, no wind rustling through the leaves. It was as if the forest had suddenly gone still. I tried to shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't ignore the growing unease in my stomach. I stopped for a moment to drink some water and check my map again. I noticed a slight deviation in the trail, a small fork I hadn't remembered from the map. The path to the left looked faint, almost as if it hadn't been used in years, while the one to the right appeared more well-trodden. I debated for a moment, but the feeling that I should stick to the main trail won out, so I continued down the right path. The woods grew denser as I moved on. The trees seemed to crowd in closer, their branches twisting above me like a canopy, blocking out the sunlight. The trail, too, became more difficult to follow, with rocks and roots protruding from the ground, making it harder to maintain my footing. I was still confident I was going the right way, though the feeling of unease grew stronger. I couldn't shake the silence. Even the usual buzz of insects seemed absent. The air was thick and heavy, and I had the odd sensation that I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild, but it was hard to deny the discomfort settling deep within me. At one point, I came to a creek crossing. The water was clear and calm, but the rocks were slippery. I took extra care as I crossed, making sure not to lose my balance. The water had a soft gurgling sound, but other than that, it was still. After crossing, I continued on, but now the path was less distinct. I could see faint marks on trees here and there, but the trail itself seemed to fade in and out, as if the forest was slowly reclaiming it. By the time I reached the 7-mile mark, I was starting to feel like I had made a mistake. The trail was barely visible in places, and I was beginning to wonder if I had missed a turn somewhere. I pulled out my map once more, scanning it closely. The lines seemed to match, but the path ahead was starting to feel more like a maze than a well-established trail. At this point, I considered turning back. I had been out for several hours, and the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. But something kept me moving forward. I wasn't sure if it was determination or stubbornness, but I felt the need to finish the trail, to reach whatever was at the end. That's when I saw it, a strange shape ahead. At first, I thought it was just a large boulder or a fallen tree, but as I drew closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It was an old, dilapidated shack, barely visible through the thick trees. It didn't seem like it belonged there. There was no road or driveway leading to it, no signs of human activity anywhere nearby. It looked abandoned, forgotten by time, and something about it sent a chill down my spine. I paused, unsure of what to do. The shack wasn't on my map, and I certainly hadn't expected to find anything like it out here. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way toward it, despite the growing unease. As I got closer, I could see the details more clearly. The roof was sagging, the wood was weathered and rotting, and there was a strange, almost musty smell in the air. The front door hung loosely on its hinges, barely staying attached to the frame. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, wondering if I should go inside or leave. Something told me that I shouldn't investigate any further, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to know what was inside. I stepped carefully toward the door and pushed it open. The hinges creaked loudly, breaking the stillness of the woods. Inside, it was dark and smelled like mildew. There were a few old wooden crates scattered around, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. I could see a staircase leading up to a second floor, but I wasn't sure if I should go up. Suddenly, I heard something, a soft, muffled sound. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my heart race. I froze, straining to hear. It wasn't an animal. It sounded more like something shifting, like the floorboards creaking under the weight of something or someone. My breath caught in my throat, and I stepped back, out of the shack. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what I had just heard. The woods were quiet again, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My instincts screamed at me to leave, and I didn't hesitate. I turned around and started back toward the trail, my steps quickening with every passing second. I didn't look back. The path felt longer on the way back, like the forest was closing in around me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. The air was still heavy, and the woods felt too quiet. I wanted to keep moving, to get out of there, but every sound made me jump, and every shadow felt like it was hiding something. When I finally made it back to the main trail, I didn't stop. I kept walking, pushing myself to go faster, my thoughts consumed by the strange shack and the unsettling feeling it had left in me. By the time I made it back to my car, the sun had set and the sky was dark. I didn't tell anyone about the shack. I didn't feel like I needed to, but I never went back to that trail again. Every time I think about it, I can still hear that faint sound coming from the shack. The sound of something moving, waiting. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know. I've learned that sometimes it's better to leave things unexplained, especially in the woods, where silence can hide all sorts of things. The forest may look peaceful, but it holds secrets that are better left undisturbed. The day I decided to go for a solo hike started like any other. The weather was nice. A clear sky, a gentle breeze, and the sun not too hot to make the air feel heavy. I had been craving the peace that comes with being alone in nature, the kind of quiet that can only be found deep in the woods. I'd done it before, of course. Hiking was something I did often, especially during weekends when I could get away from the grind of the city. But this time was different. I hadn't told anyone where I was going. It wasn't that I was hiding anything, but I preferred to just head out when I felt like it. I had my gear, a backpack with water, some snacks, a first aid kit, and a small pocket knife. Nothing too fancy, just what I'd need for a few hours. I had chosen a trail I'd been on before, but I knew from experience that even familiar paths could turn into something unexpected. I parked my car at the trailhead and checked my watch. It was about 10 a.m. I knew I had plenty of time before the sun would begin to set, so I wasn't in any rush. There were only a couple of cars in the lot, and I didn't see anyone else getting ready to hike. That didn't bother me. I liked the solitude. It was one of the reasons I came out here in the first place. The trail started easy enough. A gentle slope, the kind where you can get into a rhythm and just let your mind wander. The trees were thick on either side, casting long shadows across the dirt path. The air smelled fresh, earthy, like pine and wet soil. I could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant sound of birds chirping. It was peaceful. For the first hour or so, I was just lost in the walk, focusing on nothing but the sound of my feet hitting the trail and the occasional gust of wind that made the trees creak. But then, something started to feel off. At first, I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't anything obvious. The sounds of the forest were still the same: birds, wind, the occasional snap of a twig. But I noticed the air felt different, heavier somehow, as if something had shifted just beyond my awareness. It was like being watched, though I didn't see anything out of place. I stopped for a moment to adjust my pack and took a deep breath, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. But it lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. I continued walking. The trail wound through the forest, narrowing as it went deeper into the woods. The trees were older here, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching up like skeletal hands. The light through the canopy was dimmer now, and the air had a coolness to it, even though the temperature hadn't dropped. It wasn't a dramatic change, just enough to make me feel like I was no longer in the same place I started. The trees were thicker here, closing in around the trail, casting shadows that seemed to stretch farther than they should. I had to admit to myself, I was starting to feel uneasy, but I wasn't about to turn back. That wasn't like me. Besides, I was almost halfway to the clearing where I planned to stop for lunch. I reminded myself that I'd hiked this trail before, and there was nothing to worry about. But then I heard it. A sound, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It was hard to place at first. A low rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. At first, I assumed it was an animal, maybe a deer or a small mammal. But the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more deliberate. Something was moving behind me. I froze, my heart beginning to pound in my chest. I turned around, scanning the trees behind me. But there was nothing. Just the same dense forest, the same long shadows. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, but I couldn't see anything. I stood there for a few minutes, just waiting, listening. The rustling stopped. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or even more paranoid. I told myself it was probably just an animal that had moved off the trail, but the uneasy feeling didn't go away. I felt like I was being watched, like something was waiting just out of sight. I decided to keep moving, pushing through the discomfort. I had no choice. The trail was becoming steeper, the dirt beneath my boots turning into loose gravel. My breath began to quicken as I worked harder to climb the incline. I was starting to sweat, and I adjusted my pack once again. The sound of my footsteps was the only thing I could hear, aside from the wind in the trees. But then, there it was again, the rustling, closer this time. I snapped my head around, my eyes darting across the trail, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was behind me. But I still couldn't see anything. The forest was eerily silent now, the birds having stopped their songs. The wind had died down completely. I was alone, and yet, it felt like something else was there with me. I moved faster, trying to outpace the feeling. But every few steps, the rustling would return. It wasn't loud enough to be an animal anymore. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. My mind raced. What was it? Who could it be? I tried not to imagine the worst, but the feeling of being followed was growing more intense with every step I took. My breath came in shallow gasps as I quickened my pace. The trail began to curve, leading me into a dense thicket of bushes. I had to push through the thick branches, scraping my arms and legs as I went. The noise was still there, growing closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest now, the adrenaline kicking in. Suddenly, I stumbled. My foot caught on a root and I fell hard onto the ground. My hands scraped against the dirt, and my knees slammed into a jagged rock. I winced in pain but quickly scrambled to my feet. I couldn't afford to stop now. I couldn't give whatever it was behind me the chance to catch up. But when I stood, I noticed something strange. The path was gone. It had completely disappeared. The trail I had been following had vanished, replaced by a thick wall of trees and undergrowth. I turned in a circle, disoriented. How had I gotten off track? I had to keep moving. I had no choice. I pushed through the thick brush, my legs burning with the effort. The trees were closing in around me now, their branches twisting and reaching toward me like fingers. I had no idea where I was, and panic began to rise in my chest. I wasn't lost, not yet, but I could feel the creeping sensation that I was going deeper into the woods, away from the trail I had started on. The rustling sound was louder now, almost deafening. It was close, too close. I didn't look back, and then I saw it, the clearing. It was small but open, the trees parting just enough to let a sliver of sunlight through. My heart leapt. This was it, the place I had been heading for. I could take a breath, gather myself, and figure out what to do next. But as I stepped into the clearing, I froze. There, in the middle of the open space, was something I didn't expect. Something that shouldn't have been there. A small campfire. The embers were still glowing, and the smoke drifted lazily into the air. But there was no one around it. No sign of life. Just the remnants of a campfire, long abandoned. My pulse raced, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Who had been here? How long had it been since someone had left? I stepped closer, the ground crunching beneath my boots. The fire pit was cold now, the wood nothing more than charred remnants. I knelt down, inspecting the ashes. There were no fresh footprints around it, no sign of anyone having been here recently. But the unease didn't leave me. Something felt wrong, like the campfire was a sign of something I shouldn't have discovered. I stood up, looking around. The trees around the clearing were dense, their trunks twisted and gnarled. There was no obvious path leading out of the clearing, and the way I had come in seemed to have vanished into the thick woods behind me. My heart was still racing, and the feeling of being watched hadn't left. I needed to leave. Now, I didn't look back as I turned around and sprinted toward the only direction I could make out. The way I had come. My breath was coming fast now, my lungs burning, but I pushed myself harder. I didn't care how much it hurt. I had to get out of there. After what felt like an eternity, I broke through the brush and found the familiar trail again. Couldn't believe it. I had made it back. I was finally on solid ground, away from whatever was out there, whatever had been following me. As I continued down the trail, my mind was racing. What had I just experienced? The rustling, the sudden disappearance of the trail, the abandoned campfire. It didn't make sense, but I didn't need it to. I had made it out. I reached the parking lot and didn't stop until I was in my car, the engine roaring to life as I sped out of the area. I didn't look back. The next day, I heard on the news about a missing hiker, someone who had gone off the trail the same day I did. I didn't think much of it at first, but the details of the report chilled me to the bone. It was the same trail, the feeling of being watched, the rustling behind me, the disappearing path. It all clicked into place. Whoever or whatever had been following me hadn't followed me for no reason. There was something in those woods, and I was lucky to make it out. Maybe I'll never know what it was, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never hike alone. I had been planning the hike for about 2 months. I'm not what you'd call a hardcore outdoors person, but I enjoy getting out a few times a year to clear my head and push myself a little. I don't do group hikes. I like the solitude, the silence, and the break from all the noise of daily life. This trip was meant to be exactly that. A way to reset and spend a few days alone, off the grid. The trail I picked was in Montana, about 2 hours from the small town I was staying in. It wasn't super well known, but I found it mentioned on an old hiking forum. A guy had posted about doing the route solo, said it was tough but worth it for the views. He posted some photos, jagged cliffs, pine forests, and a view from the summit that looked like it went on forever. It was called the Switchback Trail, supposedly because it zigzagged up a mountain ridge for miles before leveling out along a narrow pass. I don't know if that was the official name, but it's what everyone called it on the forum. I drove out early one morning, a little before sunrise, down miles of dirt roads, passing maybe one other vehicle the entire time. The trailhead was nothing more than a wooden post with a few faded trail markers. There was no sign in box, no ranger station, no map printed out and laminated like you see at some parks. I'd printed my own map at home and downloaded the GPS file to my watch, but I still had a paper copy in my bag, folded in thirds and tucked into a Ziploc bag. The air was cold when I stepped out of the car. It was late September, and up this high, the mornings were already close to freezing. I had on layers, gloves, a beanie, and a thermal neck gaiter. The first hour of the trail climbed steadily through dense pine woods. My boots crunched over frost-hardened dirt and the occasional patch of old snow tucked into the shadows. I passed no one. There was no one else parked at the trailhead either, which was what I'd hoped for. I planned to hike for 3 days. The first day would be the longest, a full climb up to the ridge, where I'd camp at the base of the pass. Day 2 would be a slow hike across the narrow ridgeline, then down toward a small glacial lake where I'd set up camp again. Day 3, I'd hike the loop around and descend back toward my car from a different trail that reconnected with the main road about a mile from where I'd started. The first few hours were exactly what I wanted: quiet, still, peaceful. The trees were tall and close together, so the sunlight filtered through in strips. I moved slow and steady, taking breaks every hour to sip water and check the GPS. Around noon, I reached the first major switchback section. The trail got steep. I had to climb over rocks and take smaller steps to keep my balance. Every switchback brought me higher, and soon I was above the tree line. The wind was colder now, and I could see the jagged peaks around me. The view was wide open, and it felt like I was standing on the edge of something. It was beautiful, but the trail got harder. Loose gravel, narrow ledges, and uneven rock made every step careful. I focused on my feet more than anything. I didn't eat much. I never eat much when I'm hiking, just a couple protein bars and trail mix here and there. Around 4 in the afternoon, I reached the flat area at the base of the pass. It was a shallow basin with some scattered rocks, a few scraggly trees, and a windbreak made from stacked stones that someone had clearly built before. I picked a spot just behind it and set up camp. I had a small one-person tent, a sleeping pad, and a lightweight sleeping bag rated for low temps. I made a small meal, dehydrated rice and beans, then bundled up and sat with my back against the rock wall, watching the sun go down behind the peaks. The light turned orange, then pink, then a deep purple. Everything was silent except the wind. It felt like I was the only person left in the world. I liked it that way. I didn't sleep great. It got cold fast once the sun went down. The wind howled all night and pushed against the walls of my tent. I kept hearing things. Rocks falling, maybe, or the wind rushing through gaps in the ridgeline. It was hard to tell what was real and what was just my brain making things up in the dark. I kept my headlamp close and checked outside once, but there was nothing, just black sky and jagged outlines of the mountains. By morning, I was stiff, cold, and ready to get moving. I packed quickly, ate another bar, and started hiking again. The ridge trail was what I had come for: narrow, dramatic, and running along the top of the world. One side dropped off steep into a valley full of pine trees. The other side went down even steeper into a canyon filled with jagged rocks. The trail itself was only about 2 feet wide in some spots, and it sloped at an angle that made my calves ache after an hour. I had to keep leaning slightly uphill just to stay balanced. About halfway across the ridge, I started to feel off. Not dizzy exactly, more like my brain was starting to lag behind my body. I kept stopping to catch my breath, but it didn't help. My legs felt heavy, and I noticed I was clenching my jaw without realizing it. I chalked it up to altitude and pushed on. I didn't want to stop in the middle of that narrow trail. I just wanted to get to the other side, where I could camp near the lake and rest. But it kept getting worse. My stomach started to cramp, not in a food poisoning way, more like a deep, low twist that made it hard to stand up straight. I took off my pack and sat on a flat rock, thinking maybe I just pushed too hard. I drank more water and ate something salty, thinking maybe it was an electrolyte thing. I sat for maybe 20 minutes watching the clouds drift by. Then I got up and tried to keep going. That's when the first real problem hit. My right knee buckled on a step down. Not a big fall, just a quick, sharp pain and a pop that made me stop cold. I didn't fall, but it felt wrong. I put weight on it slowly, testing it. It held, but it hurt. Not a sharp pain, more like a deep tightness that warned me it could get worse. I adjusted my pack and kept going, slower now, every step cautious. I didn't realize how far I still had to go. The ridge looked short on the map, but it stretched on longer than I expected. Maybe I'd misread the elevation gain, or maybe the terrain just made it harder. Either way, by late afternoon, I was still up there, and the wind was getting stronger. I needed to get down to that lake before dark, but the trail was brutal, steep, rocky, and full of loose gravel. I slipped 3 times, catching myself with my hands. The last time, I landed hard on my palm and scraped it open. I didn't have the energy to clean it properly, just poured a little water over it and kept going. My knee throbbed worse with every step. I was limping now, leaning on a trekking pole like a crutch. By the time I saw the lake, I was so tired I felt sick. It was small and half frozen, sitting in a bowl of stone and scattered pine trees. I found a flat spot on the edge and dropped my pack. I didn't even set up my tent right away. I just sat down in the dirt, trying not to puke. My hands were shaking, and I had to concentrate just to open a protein bar. I ate slowly, forcing myself to chew and swallow. It was getting dark fast, and the shadows made the place feel colder than it already was. That night, I couldn't sleep. My whole body ached, and I couldn't get warm. My knee felt swollen, and I could barely move it. I lay there listening to the wind, and this time, I definitely heard something move outside the tent. Not wind, not a rock falling. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, and crunching over gravel. They stopped just outside my tent, then started again, circling slowly. I held my breath and reached for the knife I kept tucked beside my sleeping pad. I didn't move, didn't unzip the tent, just waited. After a few minutes, it stopped. The sound never came back. I didn't sleep at all after that. I just lay there, frozen, staring at the ceiling of my tent until morning. When the sun came up, I forced myself to get up. My knee was worse, stiff and tender. I wrapped it with a compression sleeve from my kit, took some painkillers, and packed up slowly. I still had to hike down and finish the loop. The descent was supposed to be easier, but with my knee, it felt worse. The trail was overgrown in places, and I lost it twice, having to backtrack using the GPS. Around noon, it started raining, just a light drizzle at first, but then steady. Everything got slick. I slipped twice more, and the second time I landed hard enough to knock the wind out of me. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. Ahead on the trail, about 30 feet away, was a pile of gear, torn fabric, a ripped backpack, and what looked like a shredded jacket. Everything was scattered like it had been dropped in a hurry. I limped closer, cautiously, and looked it over. There was no blood, no bones, just gear, old, sun-bleached, torn up by weather or animals. But it had that same patch I remembered from the photo on the hiking forum, the one the guy had posted years ago. His name was on a gear tag. I remembered because it was unusual. I stood there for a long time staring at that pile. Then I kept walking. The rain never let up. The last 5 miles were slow and miserable. I kept my head down, counting steps and watching every foot placement. I started to hear cars before I saw the road. I've been hiking alone for years. It's something I started doing in my late 20s when life got too loud. The noise of the city, the endless emails, the way people talk without saying anything real, it all got to be too much. So I started driving out to quiet places on weekends, finding trails that weren't crowded, the ones that didn't have a Starbucks 5 minutes from the parking lot. I liked the kind of trails where you packed in your own water, knew how to read a map, and understood that help wasn't coming if something went wrong. That's how I ended up on Ridge Trail. It wasn't marked that clearly on the map, but I'd found a small online hiking forum where someone mentioned it. Said it was lightly trafficked, steep in places, but had great views of the valley below. The trailhead was about 3.5 hours from my place, which made it a perfect weekend escape. I planned to camp out overnight somewhere along the trail and come back down the next day. I left early on a Saturday morning. threw my gear in the back of my SUV, filled up on gas, stopped for coffee, and was on the road before sunrise. The trailhead was hard to find, just a dirt pull-off with a small wooden post marked with fading paint. I checked my pack, made sure I had enough food, water, and my emergency gear. I wore my usual hiking boots, the ones I'd broken in years ago, and a light jacket since the forecast said it might get chilly at higher elevations. The trail started out easy, winding through a mix of pine and fir trees, with the morning light cutting through in gold slants. Birds chirped, and I could hear the sound of running water somewhere nearby. It was peaceful, the kind of silence I chase every time I go out. After about 2 hours, the trail got steeper. Rocks jutted out at odd angles, and the trees thinned. I passed a small stream and refilled my bottles using a filter pump. That's something I always do, never trust trail water. Around noon, I stopped to eat. Just a sandwich and some trail mix, nothing fancy. I sat on a big flat rock and took in the view. The valley stretched out below like a green carpet, broken only by the shimmer of a lake in the distance. I didn't see another person all day. No hikers, no tents, no trash. It was perfect, quiet and clean. I kept moving after lunch, wanting to get a few more miles in before setting up camp. I figured I'd make it to the ridge by early evening. That's where I wanted to sleep, under the stars with nothing between me and the sky. But sometime around 3 p.m., things started to change. It wasn't anything big at first.
Justa sensa.
Like the air got heavier or maybe the light shifted. I thought I was just tired. I hadn't hiked this hard in a few months, and my legs were definitely feeling it. But then the trail started getting confusing. The trees up there were scraggly, and the trail markers were almost non-existent. I had my GPS watch and a physical map, so I wasn't too worried, but I had to stop more often to check that I was still on course. The ridge was supposed to have an old fire lookout tower nearby. That was one of the main landmarks I was counting on. But by late afternoon, I still hadn't seen anything that looked like it. I climbed higher, the wind picking up and the sun starting to dip behind the peaks. I was sweating but cold. That weird kind of mountain weather that gets under your skin. Eventually, I found a flat patch of ground near some boulders. It wasn't the best campsite, but it would work. I set up my tent quickly, knowing the temperature would drop fast once the sun went down. Cooked a freeze-dried meal with my tiny camp stove and tried to relax. I read a few pages of a book I'd brought, drank some water, and laid back to watch the stars come out. But I couldn't fall asleep. Not because I wasn't tired, I was exhausted, but because something didn't feel right. I kept hearing noises outside the tent. Not animals, those I can handle. I know the difference between a squirrel rustling leaves and something heavier. These noises were strange. They'd stop as soon as I sat up, then start again when I lay back down, like someone was moving slowly through the brush just out of sight. I unzipped the tent and shined my headlamp into the trees. Nothing, just shadows. The wind. I told myself it was paranoia, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But then I found the footprint. It wasn't mine. I was sure of that. My boots leave a specific tread, and I'd walked that area before setting up my tent. This was fresher and it was deep. Someone else had been here, and recently. I crouched down and looked at it closer. It looked like a hiking boot print. Same kind of sole I wore, but a little smaller. Maybe a woman's or a teenage boy's. I stood up and looked around, slowly turning in a circle, scanning the trees. Nothing. Just dark shapes and wind. That night, I slept in my clothes, knife under my pillow. I woke up at least 5 times. Every time I thought I heard something, I held my breath and listened, but nothing ever came closer. When morning finally came, I packed up fast. I didn't even make coffee. I just wanted to get back down to the trailhead. I decided not to follow the same trail back. My GPS showed a different route that would connect to a logging road further down the mountain. It was longer, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be moving, wanted to put distance between me and whatever had been out there last night. That trail was rough, overgrown in places, and some of the switchbacks were washed out. I had to scramble down some rocks and cross a few narrow streams. My knees started to ache from the steep descent, and I slipped more than once. Around mid-morning, I noticed that someone had been through this area recently. Branches were broken, and there were scuff marks in the dirt. At one point, I found what looked like a torn piece of fabric caught on a thorn bush. It was blue nylon, like a windbreaker. I felt that uneasy feeling come back, like I was following someone, or someone was leading me somewhere. About an hour later, I saw it. A backpack. It was leaning against a tree, half covered in pine needles and leaves. I walked over slowly, crouched beside it, and opened the top flap. It was full. Water bottle, energy bars, extra socks, a headlamp. There was even a small notebook inside with a pen tucked into the spine. The name written inside the cover said, Eric M. No phone number, no address. I looked around again. The woods were silent. I didn't know what to do. Leaving it didn't feel right, but taking it with me felt wrong too. I took the notebook and left the rest. I kept hiking. After another mile, the trail narrowed into a rocky outcrop. I had to climb down using my hands at points, and that's when I saw something that made me stop cold. A shoe, just one. Worn-looking trail runner, caked in dirt. A few feet away, there was a sock, torn at the ankle. No blood, but it was dirty, like it had been dragged through the mud. Something had happened here. I wanted to turn back, but I was too far in. The trail behind me was just as rough as the trail ahead. I figured the logging road couldn't be more than another 2 miles. I told myself to keep moving. I kept my knife out from that point on. About 30 minutes later, I came across a clearing. It looked like an old campsite. There was a fire ring made of rocks, a few logs dragged into a circle, and what looked like the remains of a tarp shelter. Everything was scattered, like someone had packed up in a hurry. I searched the area carefully. No signs of anyone, but there was something carved into one of the trees. Just the word "help" scratched in jagged letters. That's when I decided I was done. I moved faster, ignoring the burning in my thighs. I drank the last of my water and kept going. The trees thinned out eventually, and I saw the first sign of the logging road. Old tire tracks, mostly filled in by leaves and dirt. I followed it, hoping it would lead to a Forest Service gate or a ranger station. It took me almost another hour, but I finally saw it. An old green metal gate chained across the road. Beyond it, gravel and sunlight. I squeezed around the side and kept walking until I reached a small lot with a bulletin board and a faded map. My car wasn't there, of course. I come down a completely different side of the mountain. Luckily, there was a man sitting in a pickup truck near the lot. He looked like a hunter, older guy, camo jacket, orange cap. I waved at him and pointed at the map. I didn't tell him everything, just said I'd gotten turned around and ended up far from where I parked. He gave me a ride back to the trailhead. Once I was back at my car, I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, just breathing. My hands were shaking. I kept thinking about the footprint, the backpack, the shoe, that word carved into the tree. I reported what I saw to the local ranger station on the way out. Gave them the notebook, told them where I found it. They took it seriously, took my name, my contact info, and thanked me. A few weeks later, I got a call. They'd been looking into a missing hiker, Eric M. Early 30s, had gone out solo on the same trail a month before me and never came back. They found his body half a mile from where I found the backpack. No signs of foul play. They said he'd probably gotten injured and died of exposure. I don't know if I believe that, but I do know I haven't hiked alone since. I never really thought I'd end up in a situation where I was scared for my life just from taking a hike. I've been hiking since I was a teenager, and I've had my share of slips, bad weather, and sore legs, but nothing like what happened to me last fall on Ridge Trail. I've told a few friends parts of this story, but I've never laid the whole thing out before. It still makes me feel sick when I think about it, but writing it out seems like a good way to get it off my chest. It was the first week of October, and I had taken a few days off work to go hiking and camping on my own. I live in western North Carolina, and fall is beautiful here. The leaves turn early in the mountains, and the air is cool but not too cold. Ridge Trail was about a 5-hour drive from home, up in a national forest I hadn't explored before. I'd read about it online. It wasn't one of the more popular trails, but people said it was peaceful, scenic, and tough enough to feel like a real hike. The full loop was close to 26 miles, usually done over 2 days. There were some steep climbs and narrow sections, but nothing too technical. I figured I'd take it slow, split it into 3 days, and enjoy the time to myself. I packed my gear carefully: tent, sleeping bag, water filter, extra layers, food, first aid, map, compass, satellite phone just in case. I've always been cautious like that. I like pushing myself, but I don't take stupid risks. I parked at the trailhead early in the morning. There were only 2 other cars in the lot. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. It was cloudy but dry, and the wind was light. The trail started off nice and easy, wide, soft underfoot, with lots of fallen leaves. After a couple miles, it started climbing. There were switchbacks through thick forest, and once in a while the trees would open up and I could see the hills rolling out below me, covered in red and orange. Felt peaceful. I walked for hours without seeing anyone. Just squirrels, the occasional bird, and once a deer darting away into the brush. Around 4 p.m., I found a flat clearing just off the trail that looked like a good spot to camp. It was surrounded by trees on 3 sides and had a slight slope so water wouldn't pool if it rained. I pitched my tent, gathered some dead branches for a small fire, and boiled water for my dehydrated meal. The evening was quiet. I didn't hear any voices or distant sounds, just the wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of something small in the undergrowth. It got dark fast after the sun went down. I kept my headlamp low to save battery and crawled into my sleeping bag early. I wrote in my trail journal for a bit and turned off the light. I lay there for a while listening to the night. I've done enough solo camping that I don't get spooked easily, but even so, that first night alone always feels a little strange. You notice every crack and snap outside, but nothing sounded unusual. The next day I broke camp at sunrise. The trail got tougher. It narrowed and ran along a ridge for a long stretch. One side dropped steeply into forest, the other into rocks. There were places where I had to watch my footing carefully. The wind picked up as I gained elevation, and I started sweating even though the air was cold. I stopped for lunch on a flat rock and studied the map. I was about halfway through the loop. There was a shortcut trail that cut across a valley and reconnected later, but I wanted to stick to the main trail. I figured I'd push a few more hours and find a place to camp before dark. That afternoon, the weather turned. The clouds that had hung around all morning started getting thicker and darker. I checked the barometer on my watch. Pressure was dropping. I pulled out my rain jacket and kept moving. Around 3 p.m., it started raining lightly. The wind pushed the rain sideways, so my left side kept getting soaked. The trail got slick, and I had to slow down on the downhill stretches. My boots were doing okay, but the wet leaves made every step feel uncertain. Around 5 p.m., the trail dropped down into a dense part of the forest. The trees grew so close that the light faded fast. I hadn't seen a good camp spot for a while, and I didn't want to stop in a place where branches might fall in the wind. I kept going. My legs were getting tired. I slipped once and caught myself on a tree, jamming my wrist hard. Throbbed, but nothing was broken, just a deep ache. I finally found a small patch of flat ground about 20 feet off the trail, behind a cluster of boulders. The trees were thick but not tall enough to drop anything big. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. I set up fast in the rain. Everything felt damp, even inside my pack. I got the tent up and changed into dry clothes. I skipped dinner and just ate a granola bar and some jerky. I felt exhausted and cold. That night was rough. The wind howled through the trees, and rain slapped against the tent. I kept waking up thinking I heard branches snapping, but it was just the storm. Around midnight, I had to pee so bad I finally gave in, put on my rain jacket, and stepped out into the cold. The forest looked completely black in every direction. My headlamp beam caught nothing but rain and wet bark. I hurried back in and zipped the tent up tight. I lay there listening, heart racing, but nothing happened. The next morning, everything was soaked. My sleeping bag was damp from condensation. My boots were cold and wet. I made some instant coffee and forced down a protein bar. I checked my map. I had about 10 miles left if I stayed on the loop. I figured I could push through and be back at the car by late afternoon. I packed up, pulled on my wet boots, and started walking. The trail was worse after the rain. Mud sucked at my feet, and fallen branches blocked the way in places. At one point, I had to climb over a tree that had snapped during the storm. My wrist hurt worse now, and I had to keep adjusting my grip on my trekking poles. Around midday, the trail entered another ridge section. This one was longer, steeper, and rockier. The wind had calmed, but clouds still hung low. I kept moving slowly. About an hour into that section, I noticed something strange. The trail started looking different. I don't mean the terrain, I mean something felt off. I'd been following the blazes on the trees, little painted rectangles, but suddenly I couldn't find one. I backtracked a bit and spotted one far behind me, pointed to a split I hadn't noticed. I realized I must have missed a turn and gone off on some side path. I checked the map, but there were no marked side trails in this section. I thought about turning back, but the trail I was on seemed to keep heading in the right general direction. I figured it might rejoin the main trail eventually. I decided to keep going a little farther. That was the first real mistake. The trail got rough fast, narrow, uneven, more overgrown. I kept going, but something felt wrong. It wasn't just the path, it was the feeling in my gut. I started looking for signs of anyone else, like boot prints or fresh cuts on branches, but I didn't see any. Just wet leaves, moss, and silence. Then the trail just ended. It ran straight into a steep drop-off covered in brambles. I stopped and stared at it, breathing hard. My legs ached, and my wrist was pulsing. I realized I had no idea where I was now. I turned around to go back, but the way I'd come was hard to trace. The trail was so faint in places it disappeared. I walked a few hundred feet and stopped. Nothing looked familiar. I tried to stay calm. I checked the compass and map, but without landmarks, it didn't help much. I tried to use the GPS on my phone, but the signal was too weak. I climbed a short rise, thinking I could get a better view, but all I saw were trees and hills. No trail, no signs of people. That's when I realized I was properly lost. I'd gotten off the trail, and the storm had wiped away any clear tracks. The forest was thick and wet, and the light was already starting to fade. I thought about calling for help with the satellite phone, but I didn't want to do it unless it was an emergency. I still had water, food, and shelter. I figured I'd camp for the night and try to retrace my steps in the morning with fresh eyes and more light. I set up the tent in a small clearing and gathered what dry wood I could find for a fire. I used a fire starter cube and finally got a little flame going. I heated some food and sat close, trying to stay warm. The fire helped. It made the darkness feel less heavy. But that night, something changed. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound. Not the wind, not rain. It was a crunch. Leaves and twigs underfoot. Close. I froze. My heart started pounding. I lay still, barely breathing. The sound came again, 2 steps, then silence. I slowly reached for my knife and flashlight. I clicked the light on and pointed it at the tent wall, but I couldn't see anything through the nylon. I didn't move. I just sat there, sweating, gripping the knife, listening. After a while, nothing. Just silence. I must have stayed like that for an hour. Finally, I dozed off. In the morning, I found tracks. Not boot prints. Bare feet. At least 2 sets. Small, maybe teenage-sized. Not animal. Human. They circled the tent and vanished into the woods. I felt cold all over. I packed up fast and kept the knife in my hand. I didn't care about saving energy. I didn't expect to be out there alone. That wasn't the plan when I first decided to take a week off work and go hiking in northern Montana. I'd been needing a break from the office, the emails, and the constant pressure to be reachable 24/7. Hiking had always been my way of clearing my head, and the mountains near Flathead National Forest always called to me when I needed that space. I picked a loop trail I hadn't tried before. It was called Ravine Loop. The online maps said it was about 32 miles altogether, and most people completed it in 3 days, maybe 4 if you took your time. It wasn't a well-known trail, which is what drew me to it. Most hikers seemed to avoid it, not because it was dangerous, at least not more than usual, but because it was out of the way and required a lot of elevation change. There weren't any ranger stations nearby, and cell service was non-existent once you were in about 5 miles. But I liked that. I liked the idea of being cut off, being out there with just the sound of wind through the trees and my own footsteps. I'd planned to go with a friend, but 2 days before we were supposed to head out, he dropped out. Something about work and a family obligation, and I didn't blame him. I almost backed out too, but I'd already taken the time off. I'd packed my gear and organized the route, and I felt like I'd regret it more if I didn't go. So I went alone. The first day was quiet and beautiful. I parked my truck near a dirt pull-off where the trailhead started. There were no other cars there. The air was crisp, clean, and just warm enough that I didn't need a jacket while I hiked. Pines lined the sides of the trail as it wound gently uphill. Every so often, I saw signs nailed to the trees with faded arrows and trail numbers, but most of the markings had seen better days. I took pictures of the key intersections with my phone, just in case. Not that it would help if I got lost and had no signal, but it felt like something I should do. I made it about 10 miles that first day. My pack was heavy, mostly because I'd overprepared, too much food, too much water, too much of everything. I was overly cautious. That night, I camped near a small stream. I made sure to stay about 200 feet away from the water, like the guides always say. I pitched my tent, heated up a simple meal, and just sat in silence, listening to the wind through the trees and the distant gurgle of the stream. No animals bothered me. I didn't even hear birds after the sun went down, just the trees shifting and creaking. It was peaceful. Day 2 started out fine. I followed the trail as it moved through a steep, forested climb. The air smelled like pine and dirt, and everything felt calm. I only saw one old boot print in the mud during the morning, and even that looked like it had been made days ago. I assumed the loop just wasn't used that often. It made me feel like I had the place to myself. But as the afternoon wore on, things got trickier. There was a section where the trail dropped sharply into a ravine, probably where the loop got its name. The sides of the trail sloped down steeply, and dry pine needles made the footing loose. I had to use my hiking poles and go slow. I slipped twice. Nothing serious, but enough to remind me that if I twisted an ankle out here, I'd be in trouble. About halfway down the ravine, the trail curved around a narrow ledge. On the right was a sheer wall of rock, and on the left was a steep drop that ended in a tangle of trees. There was maybe 2 feet of walking space. It was one of those spots where you don't look down. I hugged the rock wall and took it slow, my heart hammering the whole time. When I made it past, I sat on a flat rock and drank half a bottle of water, trying to calm down. I pushed on, thinking once I got to the bottom of the ravine, the rest would be smoother. That wasn't the case. The trail at the bottom was overgrown. Fallen trees blocked parts of it, and there were spots where it disappeared completely. I had to stop often, checking the tree markers and using the compass app on my phone to make sure I was heading in the right direction. At one point, I lost the trail completely and wandered around for nearly 40 minutes before I found it again. I marked the spot with a bright bandana so I wouldn't lose it if I had to backtrack. I felt uneasy as the sun started to drop lower in the sky. I still hadn't reached the spot I'd planned to camp for the night. It was supposed to be a small flat clearing just off the trail with space for a tent and a nearby spring, but I hadn't seen any signs of it. I kept going, thinking I'd come across it eventually. The ground started sloping upward again, and the trail got narrower. It was around 6 p.m. when I stumbled into a clearing that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was an old fire ring made of rocks, half covered in moss. I was tired, sore, and running out of daylight, so I decided it was good enough. I set up my tent, filtered some water from a muddy trickle that ran nearby, and made dinner. I didn't feel right, though. The air felt heavy. I chalked it up to being tired and alone in unfamiliar woods. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear something. Sticks snapping, something brushing against my tent, the rustle of leaves too close for comfort. I told myself it was just animals, probably deer, maybe a raccoon, but the sounds didn't stop. Around 2 a.m., I sat up and just listened. It was dead quiet, not even wind. That silence pressed in on me. When I woke up the next morning, I found 2 faint boot prints about 20 feet from my tent. They weren't mine. They were fresh. I didn't know what to make of them. Maybe another hiker came through late and saw my camp. Maybe they turned back. But why would someone walk up that close and not say anything? I looked around for more prints but didn't see any. I packed up quickly and got moving. I felt paranoid for the rest of the day. Every sound made me stop and look over my shoulder. I kept checking the trail behind me, thinking maybe someone was following at a distance. I didn't see anyone, though. No prints. No gear left behind. Nothing. I tried to push those thoughts away and focused on finishing the loop. The terrain got rougher again. Another steep climb and then a switchback section that felt like it would never end. I had blisters forming on my left heel and my shoulders ached from my pack. I stopped early that day, set up camp in a spot where I could see the trail for a good distance in both directions. I didn't want to be caught off guard again. That night, I stayed awake most of the time. I kept my headlamp near me and a long trekking pole next to my sleeping bag. I didn't hear anything strange, but I kept imagining those boot prints, kept wondering if someone had been watching me. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was just an old print from someone who'd come through days before. Maybe it looked fresh because of how the dirt settled, but that didn't explain why there were no other prints around it. On the 4th day, I knew I was close to finishing. Maybe 10 miles left, mostly downhill. My energy was low, and I was getting careless. I almost missed a turn and had to double back. Around noon, it started to rain. A cold, steady drizzle that turned the trail to mud. My boots slipped constantly, and I fell hard at one point, banging my knee on a rock. I kept going, limping a little, trying to keep moving so I wouldn't get cold. The trail entered a narrow canyon with tall rock walls on both sides. It funneled the wind straight through, making it feel colder than it was. I didn't want to stop, but my knee hurt too much to keep pushing. I found a dry spot under an overhang and sat there, catching my breath. That's when I noticed the cigarette but near my boot. It was fresh, not soggy from rain, not discolored, just a normal cigarette but with a little ash still clinging to the tip. I froze. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. I hadn't seen a soul in 4 days. That trailhead had been empty when I parked. I didn't smell smoke, and I didn't hear anything, but I knew someone had been there, maybe still was. I got up and moved fast after that. I kept thinking about how the trail had narrowed back near the ravine. If someone was following me, that would have been the perfect place to stay hidden. I started checking behind me more often, listening harder. Every snap twig or gust of wind made me jump. By late afternoon, I made it back to the part of the loop where it curved back toward the trailhead. I knew I was within a few miles of my truck. The forest started to thin out, and the trail got wider. I picked up my pace. That's when I saw the tarp. It was off to the side of the trail, maybe 50 yards into the trees. Bright blue, way too bright to be natural. I stopped and stared at it. There was no reason for it to be there. No marked campsite nearby, no sign of gear or smoke. Just that blue tarp spread out across the ground, partially pinned down with rocks. I didn't go closer. I don't know why. Something about it felt wrong. Like if I went over there, I'd find something I didn't want to see. So I turned and kept going. Faster now. I reached my truck just as the sun was going down. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the door. Everything was exactly how I left it. Nothing disturbed. I climbed in, started the engine, and didn't look back as I drove down that dirt road. Later, once I was back home, I tried to find more info about the trail. Looked up reports, posts, anything. I found an old I don't know why I picked that trail. Maybe it was the name. Maybe it was just far enough from everything to feel like I was getting away. I'd been out of work for 2 months. The company downsized, and I was one of the first to go. My days had started to feel heavy, like each one just dragged a little more than the last. So I packed up my gear, told no one where I was going, and headed out toward a state forest I'd only ever read about online. It wasn't a national park or a tourist magnet. It was the kind of place hunters and hardcore hikers go, not families with strollers. The Ridge Trail was marked as strenuous on the map. 13 miles out, 13 miles back. You climb up along a ridgeline with steep drop-offs on either side for a good chunk of the route. The views were supposed to be incredible. That's what pulled me in. That and the fact that I wouldn't have to see or talk to anyone for a few days. Just the trees and the trail and the quiet. I got to the trailhead around mid-morning. It was early October, cool and dry. Leaves were just starting to change, but not enough to draw leaf peepers yet. My car was the only one in the lot. That should have made me feel good. But there was this weird stillness in the air, like even the wind didn't want to move. I shook it off, strapped on my pack, and started up the trail. The first few miles were typical forest trail stuff. Dirt path, roots, a couple small stream crossings. Nothing too technical. I had a good pace going, probably 3 miles an hour, which was fast with a pack. I kept telling myself I'd slow down once I hit the ridge. That's where I wanted to camp, somewhere near the halfway point. I figured I'd make camp, cook something, sleep early, and finish the loop the next day. By mile 6, the incline picked up. The trail got narrower, rockier. You had to be careful with your footing. One bad step could send you tumbling down a steep slope. The forest changed too. The trees were more spaced out, shorter, twisted from years of wind battering them. There were no birds, no squirrels, no animal sounds at all. Just the crunch of my boots and the creak of my pack straps. Around mile 7.5, I hit the first real exposed section. The ridgeline. You could see out across the valley on both sides. Rolling hills, thick forest, not a single building in sight. Just endless green and brown and the faint blue haze of distance. I stopped to catch my breath, drank some water, and checked the map. I had about 2 miles left to the camping spot I'd picked. A flat shelf just off the trail that had been marked on a few hiking forums. Secluded, sheltered from the wind, with just enough space for a tent. I reached it just after 4 p.m. The sun was dropping faster now. Shadows were long, stretching across the trail like fingers. I found the shelf easily. It was a small plateau tucked just below the ridgeline, shielded on one side by a line of scrubby pines and rocks. I dropped my pack, stretched out my back, and set up the tent. Felt good to get the boots off. I sat on a flat rock and cooked some freeze-dried pasta over the little stove, watching the light fade. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the wind picked up. It wasn't strong, just steady, but it had a bite to it, and I could hear it whining through the rocks and trees. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't the wind or the cold. I dealt with that before. It was something else. This tension I couldn't explain, like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just the isolation, the quiet, my brain playing tricks on me after weeks of stress and no real rest. But I lay there for hours, eyes open, ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. Around 2 a.m., I heard something. Not an animal, not the wind. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching the gravel on the trail above me. They stopped for a while, then started again, then stopped. I held my breath, heart pounding so loud it felt like it was shaking the tent. Eventually, the steps faded. I told myself it had to be an animal, a big one, maybe a deer or a bear, but I didn't believe it. I didn't move until the first light started to hit the tent. I packed up fast that morning. No breakfast, just a protein bar stuffed into my mouth while I broke down camp. I kept glancing up at the trail. Nothing, just empty rocks and brush. I pushed on fast that day. My legs were tired but full of adrenaline. I kept thinking I'd see someone around the bend. A hiker, a ranger, anyone. But the trail stayed empty. By mile 9, I noticed something strange. Boot prints, fresh ones. Same tread as mine, but deeper, wider. Whoever made them was bigger than me and probably carrying more weight. They weren't there yesterday, and they weren't heading the same direction as me. They were going the opposite way, back toward the trailhead I started from, which meant I had passed whoever it was without seeing them. But I hadn't. There were no side trails, no other places to cut off. Either they'd left the trail after I passed, or they'd been close and I hadn't seen them. I kept walking. The ridge started to drop after mile 10. The path dipped back into thicker woods, but not in a way that made me feel better. The trees pressed in tighter here, like they didn't want you to leave. The trail twisted more, with sudden blind corners and steep drop-offs. At one of those corners, I smelled smoke. Not the clean wood smoke of a campfire. Something sharp, chemical, like burnt plastic or treated lumber. I froze, tried to pinpoint the direction, but the breeze kept shifting. It wasn't strong, but it was there. I moved slower after that. Every noise had me turning around. I kept scanning the trees. My water was running low. I hadn't refilled at the last stream, thinking I'd hit another soon. But nothing came. At mile 12, I saw something on the ground that stopped me cold. A torn backpack strap, bright orange nylon. Frayed at one end, the plastic clip snapped. It was just lying in the dirt beside the trail. No other gear, no pack, no note, just the strap. I looked around. The woods were silent. I didn't want to stop, but I took a quick photo of the strap, marked the spot on my map, and kept going. My legs were aching now. The downhill parts were almost worse than the climbs. My knees were shot, and I could feel a blister forming on my left heel. Then the trail split. That wasn't on the map. It wasn't a Y-shaped split either. It was more like a side path, barely wide enough for one person. Looked fresh. Dirt scraped clear of leaves, the edges still sharp. Someone had been through here recently, but it wasn't marked. No blaze, no sign. I should have kept going, but I didn't. I stepped off the main trail and followed it. The new path wound down a short slope and into a small clearing. And there, tucked under a canopy of trees, was a makeshift camp. 2 tarps hung between trees, one as cover, one as a wall. Underneath was a fire pit, some blackened cans, a rusted pot, a folding chair, torn at the seams, empty water jugs, a moldy blanket, and a camera, a cheap one maybe from a gas station, lying on its side near the fire pit. I shouldn't have touched it, but I picked it up. The battery light was blinking. I turned it on. One picture. That was all it had. I clicked it. The image was blurry, but I could make out what looked like the trail somewhere up the ridge. And just barely in the frame, someone's hand. Reaching out, fingers spread, like they were trying to stop the photo from being taken. I dropped it. I don't know how long I stood there. Long enough for the cold to settle in my bones. Then I left, backtracked to the main trail. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing on it. I was only a mile from the trailhead. I started running. The last stretch was a blur. The trees, the rocks, the dirt, all blending together in a haze of panic and exhaustion. I burst into the parking lot as the sun dipped behind the hills. My car was the only one there, but something was wrong. The driver's side door was open. I froze, checked around. No one in sight. I crept closer, every step sending my heart into overdrive. The door wasn't forced. No scratches or damage. I checked the inside. Everything was there: keys, wallet, gear bag. Nothing missing. But the glove compartment was open. Inside was a single object I hadn't put there. A knife. Old, rusted, stained. I didn't touch it, just stared for a long time. Then I shut the glove box, locked the car, and stood there for a while trying to decide what to do. I didn't have cell service, no ranger station nearby, and I didn't want to stick around. I drove, got out of the woods and into the next town, pulled into the first gas station I saw, used the phone inside, and called the sheriff's office. I told them everything: the camp, the camera, the backpack strap, the knife. They sent someone out. Later, a deputy told me there were no missing person reports matching what I'd seen, but they found signs someone had been living in the woods near that trail for months, maybe longer. They couldn't explain the knife in my car. I've always liked hiking, but I've never considered myself an expert. I didn't grow up doing it or anything. It was something I picked up in my 20s when I moved to Oregon for work. The forests here are thick and green, and there's something calming about walking deep into them, where you can't hear cars anymore and the air smells like pine and wet dirt. I never used to go alone, but over the years, after hiking with a few friends and learning the basics, I started going on my own sometimes. I keep it simple, day hikes, never too far from a marked trail. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I just liked the peace. This one trip started off just like all the others. It was early September, a Friday. I had taken the day off work because I needed a break. I'd been staring at my computer for too many hours that week, and my shoulders were all knotted up. I wanted to get out of town for a bit, away from screens and deadlines. I found this trail online, Middle Fork Trail, southeast of Eugene, in the Willamette National Forest. It wasn't one of the really popular ones, but it looked manageable, about 8 miles round trip, mostly flat, and it followed a river. I liked river hikes. If you get lost, you can usually just follow the water back. I packed up my gear that morning, just the basics. My small hiking backpack, 2 water bottles, some trail mix, a protein bar, my first aid kit, a poncho, flashlight, knife, lighter, and a printed map of the trail from the website. I threw in my compass, too, even though I never really used it. Better safe than sorry. I wore my usual hiking boots, already broken in, and long pants. Weather was in the high 60s that day, with a chance of light rain in the afternoon. I got to the trailhead around 9:30 a.m. There were only 2 other cars in the small gravel parking lot. That made me feel better. I like a quiet trail, but not an empty one. Just knowing other people are out there gives me a bit of security. I signed into the trail register with my name, the date, and estimated return time. I planned to be back by 4 p.m., with plenty of daylight to spare. The trail started out nice and easy. The forest was damp, but not muddy. The trees were tall and close together, and the path wound along the river, which I could hear trickling over rocks off to my right. It wasn't too cold, and I made good time. I passed a couple who were coming back already, older folks, maybe in their 60s, both using hiking poles. They gave me a quick nod as we passed. Other than that, I didn't see anyone. About 2 hours in, I reached a small clearing where the trail forked. According to the map, the left path continued along the river, and the right one veered up a ridge and looped back around. I figured I'd take the left one and stick to the original plan. But when I looked closer, I noticed the right trail had a little wooden sign nailed to a tree. It was old and faded, but it said Scenic Viewpoint with an arrow pointing up. I hesitated. The viewpoint wasn't marked on the paper map I brought, but the trail looked well worn, not like a deer path or anything. I thought, why not? I had time. The sky was still mostly clear, and if the view was anything like the ones I'd seen in other parts of Oregon, it'd be worth the climb. I took the right fork. The trail climbed steadily, not too steep at first, but enough to make my legs burn a bit after 10 minutes. The trees thinned out as I gained elevation, and I could see further through the forest. It felt a little colder up there, too, and the breeze picked up. I kept going, figuring I must be close to the top. That was when things started getting weird. The first sign was the silence. The forest is never totally quiet. There's always birds or insects, branches creaking, leaves rustling. But as I climbed, the normal sounds faded. It was like the higher I got, the more the forest went still. I thought maybe it was just the wind drowning everything out, or maybe there weren't many animals up this high. Still, it made me uneasy. The second thing was the trail itself. After another 20 minutes of walking, it started to narrow, and the dirt got looser. I had to slow down and watch my footing. I figured the viewpoint had to be close, but I was starting to wonder if I'd taken the wrong path entirely. There were no more signs. I pulled out my map again, but it was useless here. This fork wasn't on it. I looked behind me and realized I couldn't see the bottom of the ridge anymore. The trees blocked the view, and the trail I came up was so narrow it blended in. I turned around and kept going, telling myself I'd go 10 more minutes and then turn back, no matter what. 10 minutes came and went. Still no viewpoint, just more of the same rocky trail, now starting to slope back down. I should have turned around right then. But I kept thinking, maybe just around the next bend. Maybe the trail loops back. I didn't want to admit I'd climbed all that way for nothing. The trail began to descend more sharply. It wound between thick clusters of trees and boulders, and soon I couldn't tell which direction I was facing. My phone had no service, so GPS was useless. I took a sip of water and tried to stay calm. I still had plenty of daylight. Worst case, I'd backtrack. Then I slipped. It happened fast. My boot caught on something, maybe a root or a rock, and the loose dirt gave way under me. I fell forward first, then sideways, then everything flipped. I remember hitting the ground hard and rolling. There was a loud snap, maybe a branch, maybe something worse, and then I stopped, wedged between two rocks at the edge of a steep ravine. Everything hurt. My left leg felt wrong, like it was too loose below the knee. I sat there for a minute, breathing hard, trying not to panic. I checked my leg. It wasn't broken, not completely, but the ankle was definitely sprained, maybe worse. Swollen already, and it hurt like hell to put any weight on it. I looked around. The trail was gone. I was somewhere below it on a slope covered in brush and rocks. The trees were thicker here, and the ground kept dropping. I'd fallen at least 30 feet. I tried to stand. Bad idea. I collapsed immediately and slid another few feet before catching myself on a branch. I sat there, mud on my hands, sweat dripping down my back, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have cell service. Couldn't walk. No one knew exactly where I'd gone since I'd taken the fork. I cursed myself for not telling anyone my route. I just told my coworker I was going hiking near Eugene. That's it. I checked my backpack. Everything was still there. I had water, a little food, my flashlight. I thought about using the lighter to start a signal fire, but everything was too damp. The trees blocked any smoke from going up, anyway, so I decided to crawl. It wasn't heroic or smart. It was just the only thing I could do. I figured if I could get back up to the trail, maybe someone would come by and find me. Maybe I could even flag them down. Crawling uphill with one leg that barely works is harder than it sounds. Every foot forward felt like a battle. I'd grab onto rocks and tree roots to pull myself along, dragging my useless leg behind me. I tore up my hands on bark and thorns. My clothes got soaked with sweat and dirt. I rested every 5 minutes, heart pounding. After an hour, I'd barely made any progress. I was maybe 10 feet higher, still deep in the trees. The trail was nowhere in sight. My ankle throbbed with every movement. My arms felt like jelly. I knew I couldn't keep going much longer. I found a spot between two boulders that was somewhat flat and decided to stay there for the night. It was only mid-afternoon, but I had to conserve energy. I ate a little trail mix and drank some water. I bundled my jacket around my legs and leaned back against the rock. I tried not to cry, but I did anyway. That night was long. I didn't sleep much. Every noise made me tense up. I wasn't scared of anything supernatural, just animals. Bears, cougars, even raccoons can do damage. I kept my knife close. It got cold, and I shivered most of the night. I dozed a little near dawn. When the sun came up, I felt worse. My ankle had swollen more. My mouth was dry. I rationed my water carefully. I thought about waiting there for help, but I knew the odds weren't good. This was an unmarked trail. No one would be coming that way. I had to move. I spent the whole day trying to climb. I made it maybe 20 feet before I ran out of strength. I couldn't keep dragging myself. My arms gave out. I just lay there, staring up at the leaves. I remember thinking, this might be it. This might be where I die. It wasn't dramatic or sad, just a dull realization. That night it rained. Light at first, then harder. I huddled under the poncho, but it didn't help much. Everything got soaked. I was freezing. My leg burned. My fingers started to go numb. On the third morning, I woke up to the sound of something crashing through the brush. For a second, I thought it was an animal, and I grabbed my knife. But then I heard voices, real voices. People. I started yelling. My throat was dry, so it came out more like a croak. But I kept yelling, waving my arms. Took a minute, but they found me. 2 guys in their 20s, both with big backpacks. They were off-trail, exploring, and saw something reflective from a distance. Probably my flashlight, which I'd left on a rock nearby. They came close. I've always been a fan of hiking. There's something about the quiet of the woods, the fresh air, and the peace that comes with being away from everything. A few weeks ago, I decided to take a solo trip to a trail I'd never been on before. The plan was simple: hike to the top, take some photos, and enjoy a few hours of solitude before heading back down. But things didn't go as planned. I found out the hard way that the wilderness isn't always as serene as it seems. The trail I picked was part of a national forest not too far from home. It wasn't too long, only about 10 miles round trip, and it was supposed to be easy. At least that's what I read. The guide said it had a slight incline, a few rocky sections, and that was it. Perfect for someone like me, who's used to getting outdoors but doesn't do anything extreme. I arrived early, just as the sun was beginning to rise. The sky was still that deep blue-gray, the air crisp, and everything felt fresh. I parked in the small, dirt lot at the trailhead and stretched out, getting ready for the hike. The woods were quiet, the only sound the wind moving through the trees. I took a deep breath and started walking. The path was mostly dirt at first, wide and easy to follow. The trees were thick, casting shadows on the trail, and the smell of pine filled the air. I felt calm, the kind of calm you get when you know you're doing something good for your body and soul. But as I went deeper into the forest, the trail started to narrow. The trees crowded closer, their branches reaching out like arms trying to pull me into their embrace. The path became steeper too, and the rocks underneath my boots started to get more uneven. I slowed down, watching where I stepped, but it wasn't bad. Nothing I couldn't handle. About an hour into the hike, I started noticing something strange. The sounds around me seemed to change. Birds, which had been chirping loudly at first, had quieted down. Even the wind seemed to die down. It was still too still, and then I noticed it. Footprints. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I looked more closely. They were fresh, deep indentations in the dirt, like someone had passed through just before me. I stopped, crouched down, and studied them for a few seconds. They looked human, but something about them didn't feel right. The stride was too wide, like someone was walking in a hurry. I hesitated. Should I turn back? I had no idea who else would be out here. The thought of someone else on the trail didn't sit well with me, but I pushed the unease aside and kept going. Maybe it was just another hiker or maybe an animal. I couldn't waste time worrying about it. The trail continued upward, and soon enough the trees started to thin out. The path opened up to a rocky ridge with an incredible view of the valley below. I stood there for a moment, taking in the sight, the sunlight warming my face. But then, as I scanned the horizon, something caught my eye. Far off in the distance, I saw movement, a figure moving along the edge of the woods. I squinted, trying to get a better look. Whoever it was seemed to be walking fast, almost running. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself it was probably just another hiker, someone getting an early start like I had. But the figure didn't seem to be heading toward the trail. It was going in the opposite direction, moving deeper into the forest, and soon it disappeared behind the trees. I didn't think much of it at first. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. But as I continued up the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the figure I had seen, it was the way everything felt so quiet. The forest had an eerie stillness, and I found myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes, half expecting to see someone behind me. By the time I reached the summit, I was starting to feel anxious. The view was stunning, nothing but miles of forest stretching in every direction. But instead of feeling the peace I had hoped for, I felt more unsettled. I set my backpack down and took a seat on a rock, trying to shake the unease. I pulled out my camera and snapped a few photos of the landscape, but my mind kept drifting back to the footprints, to the figure in the distance, and the strange quiet that had settled over the woods. I stayed on the summit for maybe half an hour, long enough to eat a snack, drink some water, and take in the view. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. There was a presence in the woods, something just out of sight, but close enough that I could feel it. I decided to head back down. The sun had climbed higher, and the forest seemed to be coming back to life with the sounds of birds and insects. But the strange feeling remained. The descent was more difficult than I had expected. The trail, which had been wide and clear on the way up, now seemed to narrow even further, and the rocks underfoot were loose and uneven. My pace slowed as I carefully made my way down, keeping my eyes on the ground to avoid tripping. The forest around me seemed to close in even more, the trees almost choking the path. The air felt heavy now, and I found myself looking behind me more often than I should have. At some point, I heard something. It was a rustling in the bushes to my left. I froze, holding my breath. I was almost certain I wasn't alone anymore. It wasn't just the wind. The rustling was deliberate. It came closer, moving through the underbrush in a way that was too calculated to be an animal. My heart began to race. For a long moment, everything was still. Then I heard it again, this time much closer, like something was moving just off the trail. My legs started to tremble. I couldn't see anything, but the sound was undeniable. I was being followed. Whoever had been on the trail ahead of me, whoever had made those footprints, was now behind me. I picked up the pace, my boots hitting the rocks harder now as I scrambled down the trail, trying to put as much distance between myself and whatever was out there. But the rustling kept pace with me, moving just off to the side. I tried not to panic, but my breathing quickened, and my chest tightened. Every so often, I would glance to the side, but there was nothing, just trees, rocks, and shadows. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. It wasn't long before I came to a part of the trail where the trees cleared, and I could see the end of the forest in the distance. Relief flooded through me. I was almost there. But then, out of nowhere, a branch snapped loudly behind me. Too close, and I spun around. Nothing. The rustling had stopped. I kept moving, nearly running now, adrenaline pushing me forward. My breath was coming in shallow gasps, and my legs burned from the strain, but I couldn't stop. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, and every time I glanced over my shoulder, I felt the panic rise. I was close now, so close to the end, but it wasn't enough. Finally, the trailhead came into view. The parking lot was just beyond the trees, and I could see my car. I didn't look back again as I pushed forward, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the clearing, I didn't stop until I was standing next to my car, keys in hand, the door unlocked. I quickly threw my backpack into the passenger seat, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. I didn't even look in the rearview mirror as I pulled away, my eyes fixed straight ahead. The strange feeling lingered for the rest of the drive home, but as I pulled into my driveway, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was safe. The hike had been everything but peaceful, but at least I had made it back. I've done a lot of solo hikes over the years, mostly weekend trips, sometimes 3 or 4 day loops through state parks or national forests. I always thought I knew what I was doing. I packed light but smart. I had my Garmin, extra batteries, layered clothing, and food that wouldn't go bad. I wasn't careless. I didn't take dumb risks. I just liked being alone out in the woods. The hike I'm going to write about happened 2 years ago in the middle of May. The weather had been mild for a few weeks, and I saw there was going to be a stretch of clear days coming up. I took a Friday off work and planned a 3-day loop in a part of the Ozarks I hadn't explored yet. I'd found a long trail online that was supposed to be lightly trafficked but well marked. The area wasn't far from a town called Jasper, Arkansas. I printed the map, loaded the GPS with the trail coordinates, and double-checked everything the night before. I parked at the trailhead just after sunrise that Friday morning. My plan was to hike about 10 miles the first day, set up camp near a stream I saw on the map, then do another 12 the next day, finishing with a shorter route back out on Sunday. Nothing about it looked too hard. The weather was perfect, mid-60s, dry, light breeze. Everything seemed right. The first few miles were smooth. The trail was narrow in some parts, but it was marked well with orange blazes on trees. I passed a couple of dried creek beds, a few scattered deer, and even a rattlesnake coiled on a sunny rock, which I gave a wide berth. I didn't see a single person all morning, but I liked that. I liked the quiet, just the crunch of my boots and the sound of the wind through the trees. Around noon, I stopped for lunch near a big outcropping that looked over a wooded valley. I ate a granola bar, jerky, and a few handfuls of trail mix. I drank from my water bladder, refilled it from a small spring I found downhill, filtered the water, and sat a while before moving on. It was one of those moments where everything feels calm, like you're exactly where you're supposed to be. I remember thinking that as I packed up. Around mile 9, the trail got rougher. The incline started to climb fast, and the dirt was loose underfoot. I slowed down, steadying myself with my trekking poles. The trees got thicker, and the blazes were harder to spot. I had to backtrack twice when I lost the trail, but I found my way again both times. When I reached the stream on the map, it wasn't much more than a trickle, just enough to fill my bottle and make some instant rice. I set up my tent on a patch of flat ground about 30 yards away, in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. It was quiet except for birds and the occasional rustle in the leaves. I made dinner, cleaned up, and sat watching the sun drop behind the trees. That night was the first time something felt off, but I didn't realize it at the time. I woke up just after midnight to a sound I couldn't place. Not a big sound, not loud, just different. At first, I thought it was a squirrel or a raccoon nosing around outside, but when I sat up and listened, it didn't sound like any animal I was used to. It was a kind of slow, dragging shuffle, followed by a quiet snap like a stick breaking under weight. Then silence. I stayed still for a while, heart thudding, straining to hear more. Nothing came. I told myself it was probably a deer. I'd seen plenty of them walking through brush like that, sounding bigger than they were. Still, I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I was tired but eager to move. I packed up, checked my bearings, and started back onto the trail. This part was supposed to be about 12 miles, looping deeper into the forest before bending west and turning back toward the trailhead. The terrain was steeper than I expected. Lots of loose rock, downed trees, and uneven footing. I made slower progress than I'd planned. By mid-afternoon, my left foot had started to ache. I took my boot off and saw a small blister forming on the heel. I cleaned it, put on a blister bandage, and pressed forward. The GPS showed I was on course, though I'd fallen behind schedule. I figured I'd find a flat spot and make camp before sunset. But around mile 17, I ran into something that wasn't on the map. A rock slide, or maybe an old one, had completely buried the trail. It stretched for maybe 40 yards, boulders and trees jumbled together in a way that looked fresh but weathered at the same time. There were no trail markers beyond it. I climbed carefully over the rocks, checking my GPS. It showed I was still close to the original trail, so I pressed on. That's when things started to unravel. After crossing the rocks, I couldn't find the trail again. No blazes, no clear path, just dense woods. I checked my GPS, which now showed a dotted line veering away to the east. I thought maybe I'd drifted too far off and needed to loop around to reconnect. I started moving in that direction. An hour passed, then another. No trail. I began to realize I was off course. I wasn't panicked yet, just frustrated. I kept thinking I'd see a blaze any second. I didn't. By the time the sun dipped low, I knew I was lost. I wasn't sure how far I'd drifted or how long it had been since I'd seen the last marker. I still had water, food, and shelter. So I set up camp in a dry patch under a cedar tree and told myself I'd get my bearings in the morning. That night, the sounds came back, this time louder. It started with footsteps, not fast, not panicked, just slow, deliberate steps through dry leaves. They circled wide around my tent, just far enough that I couldn't make out a shape. At one point, I held my breath, hearing them stop right outside. Then a cough, dry and short, like someone clearing their throat. Then silence again. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I packed up fast and started moving. I used the sun to guide me west, hoping to intersect the trail or find a road. I checked my GPS again, but the signal was weak and jumpy. It flickered on and off, sometimes showing me in the middle of nowhere. I hiked for hours. Around mid-afternoon, I came across something strange. An old deer stand, half-rotted, nailed into a tree maybe 15 feet off the ground. Beneath it, a pile of bones. Animal, I assumed, though some looked bigger than they should have been. A cracked plastic cooler lay nearby, covered in moss. It gave me the creeps, so I kept moving. By that point, I was running low on water. I hadn't passed a stream in miles, and my filter was useless without a source. My lips were dry, and my legs ached. I rationed what I had left and pushed forward. That evening, I saw smoke, a thin column, barely visible against the setting sun. I followed it. It took almost an hour, climbing over fallen logs and brush, but I finally came to a clearing where the smoke was rising from a small fire pit. No tent, no vehicle, just a tarp strung between two trees and a folding chair nearby. A plastic jug of water sat beside it, half full. I called out. No answer. I waited, unsure. My instincts were torn. Part of me wanted to take the water and keep moving, but something about the setup felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. I backed away and kept hiking. I slept that night without a tent, just my sleeping bag under a thick pine. I was too tired to care. I didn't hear any footsteps, but I barely slept. The next morning, I finally picked up a weak cell signal. 1 bar, maybe 2. I sent a location ping to my wife, hoping it would go through. Then I turned my phone off to save the battery. I kept moving west. Midday, I found a dirt road. It was narrow, overgrown, clearly not used often, but it was something. I followed it for miles, my feet blistered, my legs on fire. Late that afternoon, I heard the low rumble of an engine. A pickup came around the bend, old and rusty, driven by a man in his 60s. He stopped when he saw me, rolled down the window, and looked me over. I must have looked awful, dirty, tired, limping. He drove me back to town. I didn't say much. I just stared out the window, grateful. I'd lost over 10 pounds in 3 days. My phone had died the morning after I sent the ping, but the message had gone through. My wife had been frantic. Search and rescue had just been mobilized when I was found. I still think about what happened out there. I wonder how far off course I really went, and who or what was out there with me. The footsteps, the cough, the strange campfire with no one around. I try not to think too hard about the bones, but mostly, I think about how stupid I was to push forward when I should have turned back at the rockslide. I let pride and stubbornness get the better of me. I haven't hiked solo since. I still hike, but I stick to marked trails, shorter routes, and I go with a buddy now. I also carry a personal beacon that pings my location every 10 minutes, no matter the signal. I learned my lesson the hard way, but I made it out, and that's something. I took the whole week off work that summer. Things had been piling up in my head. Stress from my job, issues with the house, bills, noisy neighbors. I just needed a break from people, noise, and pressure. No phone calls, no emails, no traffic. Just quiet. I've been looking at hiking maps for a while, picking out a few trails in the northern part of the state, near the border where the woods get thick and rugged. It wasn't a national park, so it didn't attract too many people, but it was still protected land. The kind of place that looks like nobody's touched it in decades, but every now and then someone marks a tree or stacks rocks to show a path. I packed my gear carefully. I wasn't new to hiking or camping. I'd done several multi-day hikes over the years. I knew how to pack light but smart. Tent, sleeping bag, fire starter, basic food, water filter, knife, map, compass, backup battery for my headlamp, emergency whistle, even a lightweight tarp in case of rain. I triple-checked everything. I made sure my boots were still in good shape and left my route written out and taped to the fridge at home, just in case. I even texted it to a friend who lived a few hours away. Safety stuff. My plan was simple. Hike in about 10 miles the first day, set up camp near a stream I saw on the map, then make a loop around a big ridge that circled back toward the trailhead over 3 days. I figured I'd see some wildlife, maybe a few deer, maybe a black bear if I was lucky and quiet. Mostly, I just wanted silence, the kind that presses in on you like a thick blanket. The first day was smooth. The trail was rough but passable. A mix of dirt and loose rock, some spots where roots curled up out of the ground and grabbed at your feet if you weren't watching. It was hot, mid-80s probably, and humid. I had to stop often to drink, wiping sweat out of my eyes and brushing off mosquitoes that seemed to follow me in clouds. By mid-afternoon, I hit the stream and found a wide, flat spot nearby that looked perfect for a tent. It had some tree cover, a soft patch of moss, and a small natural fire ring someone had used before. I set up camp, filtered water from the stream, and cooked a small meal of rice and dried veggies. As the sun dipped behind the ridge, the temperature dropped fast. The forest went still. I sat by the fire until it was just glowing coals, then climbed into my sleeping bag and let the quiet wrap around me. I slept hard. I remember waking up once to some rustling outside the tent, probably a raccoon or maybe a deer. I listened for a while but didn't hear much else, so I rolled over and drifted off again. The second day started fine. I packed up, stretched out the stiffness in my legs, and started heading uphill toward the ridge. This part wasn't on a major trail. It was one of those dotted lines on the map, technically a trail but probably not maintained. I had my compass and the sun to guide me, and I was paying close attention to the terrain. The trail started to fade in and out, but I kept finding blazes on trees every few hundred yards. Faint old paint or scratches that told me I was still going the right way. The climb got steeper. I started zigzagging, following what looked like faint switchbacks, but sometimes they just disappeared. I stopped often to check my bearings, and even though it slowed me down, I felt pretty confident. It was work, though. My legs burned, and sweat soaked through my shirt. The bugs were worse here. Flies and gnats swarming my face and neck no matter how much I wiped them away. About halfway up, I stopped on a flat rock shelf to rest. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but dead quiet. No birds, no wind, just the buzz of flies around my ears. I don't know why it felt off. I've been in silent woods before, but this felt different. Still, I shrugged it off and kept going. By late afternoon, I made it to the top of the ridge. The view was stunning. Rolling hills in every direction, deep green forest all around. But the trail was gone. Completely. I spent a solid hour looking for a marker, a blaze, a stacked rock, anything that told me where to go next. Nothing. I pulled out the map and tried to match what I was seeing with the contours, but it all started blending together. Every ridge looked like the next. I figured I must have gone a little off track, but not too far. I took out the compass, oriented the map, and started heading in what should have been the direction of the next stream down below the ridge. That was where I planned to set up my next camp. That's when the trouble really started. The descent was way steeper than I expected. The terrain was rough, with loose rocks that slipped under my boots and thick brush that clawed at my clothes. I slipped a couple times, once hard enough to tear my pants and scrape up my leg. No deep cuts, but it rattled me. I kept going slower, more careful. I finally found a small clearing and stopped to check the map again. Something felt off. The stream should have been close. I should have been hearing water by now, but all I heard was wind in the trees. I walked a bit farther, thinking maybe I'd come down on the wrong side of the ridge, but the land just kept dropping. I checked the sun. It was sinking fast. I needed to set up camp, stream or no stream. I found a spot near a big boulder and set up my tent. I was almost out of water, so I rationed what I had and skipped dinner. I figured I'd find water in the morning. That night was rough. Couldn't sleep. The wind picked up, and the trees creaked around me. Something about the spot felt wrong. Not supernatural, just isolated. Like if I screamed, nobody would ever hear it. I kept waking up to every sound. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, things moving through the brush. By morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. My mouth was dry, and my legs were sore. I packed up quickly and started downhill again, hoping to find the stream. After an hour, I started to worry. Still no water. The terrain kept twisting, and the trees got thicker. I was off trail for sure. I stopped to rest and eat something dry from my pack, but it just made my thirst worse. I started walking faster, telling myself I'd find water soon. Then I found the ravine, cut across the land like a scar, deep, steep, and full of jagged rocks. There was no easy way across. I could either go down into it and try to climb the other side or follow it until it narrowed. I decided to follow it, hoping it would lead me to water. My throat was burning now. I hadn't peed since the morning before. I followed the ravine for hours. Still no water, just dry rock and dead leaves. Then I started hearing something, rustling behind me, like footsteps. I stopped and listened. Nothing. I took a few more steps. There it was again. I spun around, heart racing, but saw nothing. Probably an animal, I told myself, but it kept happening. Every time I stopped, it stopped. When I walked, it followed. By late afternoon, I was starting to panic. I was lost, thirsty, and being followed by something I couldn't see. My hands were shaking. I kept checking over my shoulder. I started yelling, just noise, hoping to scare off whatever was out there. But the woods swallowed up the sound. That night, I didn't set up my tent. I just rolled out the tarp under some low branches and laid down with my knife in my hand. I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things. Snapping branches, heavy breathing, something moving closer and then farther away. By morning, I was done. I told myself I didn't care what direction the trail was anymore. I was gonna walk straight until I hit a road or saw another human being. I didn't even pack my tarp. I just started walking. I walked all day. My legs were jelly, and my tongue felt like sandpaper. I found a puddle that looked half decent and drank from it without filtering. I didn't care. Tasted like mud, but it was wet. I kept moving. Late that afternoon, I saw a sign. An actual wooden sign nailed to a tree. It was weathered and half rotted, but it said Service Road, 2 miles. I almost cried. I followed the direction it pointed and eventually saw a gravel road cutting through the trees. I stumbled down onto it just as a white pickup came around the bend. I flagged it down, and the guy inside looked at me like I'd come back from the dead. I probably looked it, covered in dirt and scratches, dried blood on my pants, sunburned, eyes wild. He drove me to a ranger station about an hour away. They gave me water, food, and checked me out. I was dehydrated, scratched up, and had a mild infection from the scrape on my leg. They asked me a lot of questions, where I'd been, how I got lost. I told them everything I remembered. The ranger showed me the map and pointed out where I'd gone wrong. I'd veered off the trail halfway up the ridge and crossed into an area that wasn't marked well. It turned out that section had been closed off years ago after a hiker fell and broke his leg. They'd pulled him out by helicopter. No maintained trails, no water sources, no signage, just wilderness. I stayed in town that night at a small motel. I took 3 showers, slept 10 hours straight, and when I woke up, I couldn't stop thinking about how lucky I was. Could have died out there. I came close. I know that. If I hadn't found that puddle or that sign or that guy in the truck. I've hiked since I was a teenager. It's something that's always helped me clear my head, especially when life feels too noisy. I'm not one of those thrill seekers. I'm just a regular guy in my mid-30s who works a full-time desk job and tries to stay in shape. I'm married, no kids yet. My wife had flown out for the week to visit her sister, and I had a rare few days off. I didn't want to waste them sitting around. I looked at the map and found a remote trail about 3 hours away that I hadn't tried before. It was called Cold Creek Loop. Not many reviews online, which honestly made it more appealing to me. I figured it would be quiet. It was early fall, cool air, dry leaves on the ground, and a forecast that said no rain. Perfect. I packed my gear the night before: light tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, water, filter, GPS, backup compass, first aid kit, flare, and everything else I'd always carried but rarely needed. I checked everything twice. I left before sunrise and reached the trailhead a little after 8 a.m. There were no other cars in the gravel lot. That should have told me something, but I chalked it up to being early on a weekday. I was just excited to be out of town. The first few miles were beautiful. The path started flat and wide, cutting through a quiet stretch of forest that smelled like pine and damp earth. I saw a few deer off in the distance and heard birds in the treetops. The sun filtered through the leaves in soft beams. Felt peaceful. I hiked with a steady pace, only stopping for water. After 5 or 6 miles, the trail narrowed and started climbing. It wasn't steep, but it was steady. The trees got thicker here. It was less maintained. At times, I had to duck under fallen branches or sidestep around overgrown brush. I wasn't worried. I've done tougher trails before. I kept going. By early afternoon, I reached a ridge with a partial view of the valley below. That's where I decided to set up camp. It wasn't a designated site, but there was a flat spot, and I could see signs of a past fire ring. I set up my tent, filtered water from a nearby stream, ate a quick meal, and sat for a while, just listening. There was no sound of cars, no hum of people, just wind, birds, and the occasional rustle of squirrels in the leaves. I felt good. The first night was uneventful. I read a book on my Kindle and turned in early. The temperature dropped a bit, but I was warm in my bag. No problems. The second day, I decided to complete the loop. According to the map, it would bring me around the mountain and back to the trailhead from the other side. It would be a full day of hiking, but I'd be back at the car by late afternoon. I packed everything up after breakfast and started down the trail again. It got rougher after that. The incline increased, and the dirt path turned rocky. Some sections were washed out from old landslides. I slowed down a lot, taking care not to twist an ankle. The forest felt thicker here, like it hadn't seen much foot traffic in years. The trail markers were faded, but I could still follow them if I paid attention. A few hours in, I started to get a weird feeling. It wasn't fear, more like a pressure in my chest, a sense that something was just off. I told myself I was being silly. It was just the isolation. I wasn't used to being completely alone out here. Then I came to a fork in the trail that wasn't on the map. There was no sign, no markers, just two paths splitting in different directions. One looked a little wider and more worn. The other was narrow and overgrown. My gut told me to go left, the wider path. But when I checked my GPS, the map suggested the right path was the loop. I hesitated for a while, second-guessing everything. Eventually, I chose the narrow path, figuring the GPS couldn't be that far off. That was my mistake. The path got worse as I went. Roots crisscrossed the ground like veins. In some places, I had to climb over fallen logs or squeeze between dense bushes. The sun was still up, but it barely reached the ground through the thick trees. After an hour or so, I stopped seeing any trail markers at all. Then I realized I hadn't seen one in miles. I checked the GPS again. The screen blinked once, then went blank. I hit the power button. Nothing. I reached for my compass and tried to orient myself using the topography. But I couldn't see anything, just trees in every direction. I couldn't even hear the stream anymore. Still, I tried to keep calm. I backtracked, hoping I could find where I took the wrong turn, but the forest looked different coming back. I started to panic a little then. I forced myself to slow down, to breathe, to think. I set my pack down and drank some water, ate a protein bar. I told myself I had everything I needed. I wasn't hurt. I had gear. I could find my way out. I picked a direction and walked, trying to find higher ground. That's when I slipped. The ground had given out beneath a patch of leaves, and I went down hard. My foot twisted under me, and I fell forward onto my hands. Pain shot up my leg. I sat there for a minute, heart pounding, trying to figure out how bad it was. I could move my toes. I could stand, but barely. Putting weight on my ankle hurt like hell. I must have sprained it. I limped for a while after that. Every step made my stomach turn. I kept trying to find the trail again. Any sign of it? Nothing. By the time the sun started to go down, I was exhausted and limping badly. I found a small clearing and set up my tent. I forced myself to eat even though I wasn't hungry. I wrapped my ankle, took painkillers, and crawled into my bag. I kept telling myself someone would find me, that I'd wake up tomorrow and figure it out. But the pain kept me up most of the night. I heard animals in the woods, normal stuff probably, but everything sounded louder. I gripped my bear spray like it was a weapon. The next morning, the ankle was worse, swollen, stiff, and purple. I could barely walk. I knew then I was in trouble. I rationed my food and tried to stay calm. I thought about using the flare, but I wasn't sure how close I was to other hikers or if anyone would even see it through the trees. I decided to wait one more day. That day was the hardest. I could barely move. I dragged myself to the stream, filled my bottle, and dragged myself back. I spent hours calling out, even though I knew no one was nearby. My voice cracked. My throat went dry. I cried more than I want to admit. The next morning, I used the flare. The red smoke spiraled up through the treetops. I stood there, watching it drift away. Then I waited. Nothing happened. I waited all day. Still nothing. That night, I thought about my wife. I wondered if she'd gotten home yet. I wondered how long it would take before she realized something was wrong. I hadn't told her exactly where I was going. Just Cold Creek Loop. That's on me. I always thought I'd be fine. I always had been before. The next morning, I packed up again. I wrapped my ankle tighter and used a thick branch as a crutch. I moved slow, maybe a mile every 2 hours, resting constantly. I was out of food by then, down to melted trail mix and one water filter. I kept pushing forward, dragging myself up hills, slipping down slopes, crawling over rocks. Every part of me hurt. My skin was scraped raw. I couldn't think straight. Then, late that afternoon, I heard something, faint, distant, a low rumble. I turned and saw it, a helicopter. It was flying low, sweeping over the trees. I waved both arms. I screamed. I stumbled into a clearing and lit the second flare. It circled once, then again. Then it moved on, collapsed, shaking. I thought they hadn't seen me. I thought that was it. But an hour later, I heard voices. Real voices. Then I saw them. 2 rescue guys in orange vests, pushing through the undergrowth toward me. One of them had a radio. The other had a pack. They looked as tired as I felt. They said my wife had reported me missing, that I'd been gone 3 days longer than I was supposed to. They said the GPS signal had failed, but the smoke from the flare gave them a starting point. They carried me out. Took hours, maybe half the night, and I faded in and out of sleep. When I got to the hospital, they said I was lucky. Badly dehydrated, sprained ankle, bruised ribs, but no broken bones, no infection. Just worn down. I've hiked since then, but not alone. And never without double-checking my gear, telling someone exactly where I'll be, and bringing a backup for the backup. Cold Creek Loop was removed from the state hiking map later that year. They said it was too dangerous. Washed out, poorly marked, rarely maintained. They weren't wrong. I should have turned back at the fork. But I didn't. I thought I could handle it. And I almost didn't make it out.